Chapter 611. Well, that well with a diameter of 1 meter. Enter the well immediately. Lin Feng shouted as his eyes lit up. Qin Xianqian and Shui Linglong were both startled. And at this time, Lin Feng's action had also alarmed the warriors outside the cave. A powerful aura instantly erupted, and the two women's complexion changed. Shui Linglong bit her lips. She was soft on the outside, but tough on the inside. She refused to retreat. But, Sister Shui, let's go. Qin Xianqian pulled Shui Linglong's clothes. Shui Linglong was stunned. In an instant, hurry. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he shouted. A tiny red-green light spot shone between his eyebrows. In an instant, it gave off an intense light and lit up the entire cave. The appearance of Wing brought along a fragrant wind. In an instant, thousands of branches danced wildly and filled up the originally not spacious cave. We will be a burden to Lindigo. Qin Xianqian pulled Shui Linglong and nodded. Although Qin Xianqian had the temperament of a young girl, she was smart and obedient. She would not stupidly try to be brave. She was clear that with Lin Feng's current strength, she could not help him. Shui Linglong blushed, but she understood what Qin Xianqian meant. Although it was not pleasant to hear, it was the truth. If they wanted to help Lin Feng, the best way was to not burden him so that Lin Feng could fight without any worries. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two girls jumped into the well. This well with a diameter of 1 meter was just enough for one person to enter and exit. In fact, the girl's figure was just right. If it was a guy, it would be a little difficult. No matter what, as long as the two girls set up a defense in the well, no martial artist would be stupid enough to jump in and become a live target. It could be said that this was an excellent defense zone. But the prerequisite was Lin Feng could win. Bang! The evil extinguishing spear shone. Come! Since the two girls had entered the well, Lin Feng was no longer pressured. Perhaps the 10 enemies that were about to arrive were not to be underestimated, but he was not afraid. From the Qinwu continent to the Douling world, he had experienced all kinds of battles, big and small. How could he be afraid of this small battle? You want my life? Then let's see if you have the ability. Lin Feng's eyes were cold and bright, full of confidence. The current him was no longer the same as 3 months ago. His strength had long been reborn. Astral energy, 7th gear. Lin Feng's body quickly changed. A red halo condensed in front of him, forming a dazzling brilliance. 9 Flood Dragon Spear Art. Lin Feng suddenly shouted. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire cave. The 9 white Jiao dragons exploded from their original positions and gathered together like 9 dragons surrounding the moon. In an instant, they formed an extremely terrifying power. It was the same move, but it was executed by different spear arts, and its might was completely different. Spear intent was more than 10 times stronger than before. Advanced Spearman as one. The 9 white Jiao dragons seemed to have come alive. Their thick bodies were covered with thick scales. They were like 9 white meteors, releasing their might and attacking the 9 martial artists. All kinds of origin energy exploded in an instant. The 10 martial artists from a Yanling tribe would not sit still and wait for death. They had absolute confidence in fighting 10 against 1. Boom! Rumble! The entire cave shook. As the energy gathered, all kinds of offensive and defensive techniques appeared to resist the huge white Jiao dragons. And at this moment, whoosh, 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 Wing's branches appeared at the right time and attacked the 9 martial artists. Their coordination was exquisite. If they were a second earlier, the effect would be greatly reduced. If they were a second later, it would be useless. As if they were connected to Lin Feng's spirit, Wing's attack was perfect. Very good. Lin Feng's eyes shone. Rumble. The white light pillar condensed. The 9 white Jiao dragons instantly condensed into an astonishingly thick white Jiao dragon. It rushed straight to the sky. The white Jiao dragon condensed into a spear chi that was abnormally strong. Lin Feng turned around and attacked. Die! Lin Feng's eyes shone coldly. Although the 9 Jiao Dragon Spear art was strong, if the power of the spear was scattered, it would only be a waste of energy. What he had to face now were 10 strong martial artists. It would not be a wise move to fight them. One by one, he destroyed them. Chi, the power condensed at the tip of the spear, formed a violent wind. The martial artist, who had completely fallen into Lin Feng's rhythm, was already pale. He did not expect that all the attacks would land on him. Boom! The power bloomed. A bright light shone. Lin Feng's spear instantly blasted the martial artist into pieces. And at this moment, Wing's control came into play. Lin Feng had absolute trust in Wing. He handed over all his defense to Wing. If he had been attacked by the other 8 martial artists at the same time, Lin Feng would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. But there were no ifs. After killing the martial artist with 1 spear, Lin Feng did not stop for a moment. He entered the enemy's formation alone without any hesitation. Now, Lin Feng's eyes shone. He had chosen to break through at the center. To a Heaven Spirit Master, this was an extremely troublesome position. If they could not hit Lin Feng, they would probably hurt their companions. And Lin Feng was indeed skilled and daring. Left hand. The Nightmare Demon's spear landed on his left hand, just as his right hand was exhausted. Without any hesitation, the whirlpool on his right foot adjusted his pace. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a bright light. The red star power condensed. The Nightmare Demon shadow behind him carried a strong flame. Under the burning of the star power, its power became even more terrifying. Nightmare Demon Spear Art. Lin Feng shouted. His aura rose to the peak in one spurt. The violent, domineering aura exploded. Shocking power condensed at the tip of the spear. Lin Feng's target was the strongest of the 10, the captain of the Star C Level 9 existence. The team leader, who had fallen behind the 9 people, didn't expect that Lin Feng would come to him immediately. With a cold look in his eyes, the captain was already in a difficult position. Intense golden light flashed, and a golden giant appeared in front of him. He was indeed a metal element martial god. The golden giant bloomed and punched out a shocking fist. His aura exploded. Pong! An absolute collision of power. Lin Feng's spear was like a hot knife through butter. Killing intent burst out at this moment. He would kill anyone in his way, pressing forward with indomitable will. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave wins. Die! Lin Feng's one with the spear had already reached an extremely terrifying level. How could a simple star power attack block it? The captain underestimated Lin Feng's strength too much. A tragic sound rang out. The captain was defeated like a landslide. Facing Lin Feng's strong and persistent attacks, he was seriously injured. But to be able to become a captain, he had some skills. Light bloomed like a golden mirror, blocking Lin Feng. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for the other warriors to swarm him. Although he was seriously injured, he still kept his life. Pong! He landed heavily. That was close. The captain's face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was almost unable to move, but as far as his eyes could see, Lin Feng could not chase him anymore. He was surrounded. Ha ha ha! You want to kill me? Stop dreaming. The captain laughed wildly. The figure shrouded in black trembled slightly, but in an instant, what's going on? The captain's face changed. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. He looked down at his chest. The place where blood was flowing had already turned black. His internal organs were in great pain. In an instant, the captain's consciousness disappeared. He was completely dead. Inside his body, black beetles were trying their best to reproduce. Boom! Boom! Lin Feng was really in a tough fight. Although he killed 2 warriors in a row, one of them was the strongest captain among the 10. But 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. There were still 8 warriors left. They could enter the 4th heaven, and their strength was not inferior. Especially those 2-star C Level 8 warriors. They were only slightly weaker than the Star C Level 9 captain. The worst thing was that the cave was too narrow. Lin Feng's advantage could not be used at all. Speed and dodging were completely useless here. Because no matter where he was, there would be enemies attacking. Even all kinds of control techniques appeared. Risking injury, I'll start from the weakest. One by one, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he instantly made a decision. In his mind, he recalled the countless battles he had with his master in the past 3 months. Because of his master's teachings, he had greatly improved his weakest defense. It was not only the use of the wind vortex, but also the use of star power and the construction of defense. This was a great knowledge in fighting enemies, especially when the opponent could not take him down after a long time. It was a good opportunity. Die. Lin Feng's spear was like a cunning rabbit. A burning pain came from his back, but Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was unwavering. 7 people left. 6 people. 5 people. 4 people. Lin Feng was like a blood-soaked Azura. The more he killed, the more excited he became. His face was full of blood, and there were countless wounds on his body. He had long become a bloody man. But Lin Feng's movements did not slow down at all. His eyes were filled with intense, killing intent. He was undefeatable. Boom. Another one killed. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent, glistening with blood. Monster. Is this guy still human? The remaining 3 cultivators had long been frightened out of their wits, overwhelmed with shock. No matter who it was, when faced with such a situation, they would be unable to continue and lose a great deal of confidence. The enemy in front of them was too terrifying. Kill him. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Everyone attack. Their voices were trembling. The 3 warriors could no longer exert their original strength, but they also had no way out. Once they were defeated, they would die even if they went back, because the mission failed. Kill with all your strength. Lin Feng was not afraid to fight 1 against 10, let alone 1 against 3. At this point in the battle, the result was obvious. No matter how strong the remaining 3 warriors were, only death awaited them, because what they were facing was a complete god of death. Lin Feng. No. The last man in black's eyes widened. He saw a cold light piercing straight into his head. There was a roar in his head, and he instantly lost consciousness. Boom! There was a violent explosion. Blood splattered everywhere. The entire cave was silent. There were corpses everywhere. It was a mess. Only 1 person and 1 tree stood in the pool of blood. There was no fear. Chapter 612. Linda Ge. An anxious voice resounded. Qin Xianxian and Shui Linglong had already come out of the well. Seeing Lin Feng in such a state, the 2 girls turned pale. They looked at the corpses on the ground and were completely stunned. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Shui Linglong's face was pale. She had never experienced such a battle before. Qin Xianxian's tears fell like rain. In her eyes, there was only Lin Feng. She sobbed, Linda Ge, you are seriously injured. What should we do? Qin Xianxian was extremely anxious. She rummaged through her storage ring and quickly found a luxurious box. Linda Ge, quick, take this. Just as she was about to open the box, Lin Feng held her hand. I am fine, Xianxian. Lin Feng smiled weakly. His body was slowly recovering. However, after going through such a fierce battle, his body was covered in blood and looked a little scary. In fact, after the battle, his body had recovered a lot. It was a waste of heavenly treasures. At this moment, swoosh, a mist of water spread out. The dense water element condensed into a halo, enveloping Lin Feng. Oh! Lin Feng's expression changed as he looked at Shui Linglong. The latter was condensing the water element with a serious face. I didn't expect you to know how to heal. Lin Feng smiled and did not refuse Shui Linglong's kindness. The faint water element entered his body and nourished his skin and meridians. It was quite effective. Most importantly, it could relieve a lot of pain. He felt as if he was bathing in a warm lake. Shui Linglong said softly, Linda Ge, this is the only thing that Linglong can do for you. Shui Linglong felt extremely guilty for not being able to help in the battle just now. It is already very good, Linglong. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Soon after, he looked at Qin Xianxian, who was still extremely worried. He gently stroked her little head and said slowly, Don't worry, Xianxian. It's only a superficial wound. The bloodstains are not mine. Yes, Lindigo. Qin Shanqian smiled through his tears. She had been too worried just now, but now that she had regained her composure, she could sense that Linda G's aura hadn't weakened by much. Closing his eyes slightly, Lin Feng enjoyed the healing of the water element. Coupled with his phoenix blood, his recovery speed was extremely fast. In a short while, he had recovered more than half of his strength. The whole thing is very strange. These black-clothed men don't seem to be here for the treasure, but more like they came to kill us. Lin Feng opened his eyes and furrowed his brows. If they were here to snatch the treasure, then this cave was indeed very valuable. But why did these men in black hide at the entrance of the cave in the first place? This was obviously illogical. And most importantly, all of them are dressed in black. Their actions are so secretive, as if they can't see the light of day. There must be something fishy. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold as he glanced at the corpses. Wing, take off their black clothes. Also, find out what's on their bodies. Lin Feng said slowly. Yes, boss. Wing didn't hesitate at all. The branches danced in the air like arms, and black beetles appeared instantly. Soon, as the black clothes were gnawed away, ordinary faces were revealed one after another. Lin Feng frowned. There were only 5 complete corpses left, but the faces of these 5 corpses seemed to be incompatible with their bodies. Something was wrong. Qian, Linglong, do you recognize them? Lin Feng asked. Qin Shanqian and Shui Linglong frowned and stared at them for a while, then shook their heads. No, Lindigo, Qin Shanqian said apologetically. If even Qin Shanqian didn't recognize them, then there was no need to mention Shui Linglong, a newcomer. Lin Feng nodded. His expression was solemn, and he felt an inexplicable knot in his heart. There were many things that he couldn't understand. Looking at the 5 complete corpses, Lin Feng looked at the broken bodies. Suddenly, wait. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. I know what's wrong. Lin Feng clapped his hands. It's their eyes. Their expressions are ugly, and they don't have any fear or unwillingness before death. Lin Feng nodded heavily. Many of these people's faces were twitching and distorted, and they looked like they were in extreme pain. However, their eyes didn't seem right, as if they weren't their own eyes. The eyes were the window to the soul, and the embodiment of the soul. I understand, Lin Feng thought to himself. Qian. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Qin Shanqian. Do you know of any numinous treasures that can change one's appearance and prevent a warrior from recovering after death? There are quite a few. Qin Shanqian pondered. However, in Yinling Manor, disguising treasures are popular. 3-star numinous treasures can be mass-produced. After a pause, Qin Shanqian continued. They are usually used for assassinations or missions, and are considered a rather expensive one-time used numinous treasure. As expected, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he was even more certain of his guess. If these people were tempted by wealth, why would they need to hide their identities and go through so much trouble? It was obvious that there was a deployment and a plan for this operation. Boss, 9 storage rings, Wing said softly. All right. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He took the rings and immediately checked them. I hope there will be something in the storage rings. Lin Feng nodded secretly. However, when he searched the first storage ring, Lin Feng's brows were already furrowed, and his eyes were bright. There are only some necessities. After putting away the first storage ring, Lin Feng opened the second storage ring, and the results were exactly the same. The third, the fourth, and the fifth. There's nothing. They really hit it well. Lin Feng's eyes lit up coldly. These people are indeed not simple. There was no doubt that these storage rings were brand new. A warrior's storage ring would definitely contain everything. At the very least, there would be many treasures and secret manuals for cultivation. However, these storage rings were completely empty. There were no clues at all. Who would believe that there were no ghosts among them? Lindigo, is there something strange? Qin Shanqian asked hesitantly. As smart as she was, she could naturally see some clues. Yes, Lin Feng did not deny it, and his eyes were bright. I suspect that these black-clothed men came here to assassinate us, and it was a premeditated plan. But how did they know our location? Shui Linglong asked suspiciously. I'm not sure. Lin Feng pursed his lips. It could be a blind cat running into a dead mouse, or it could be, shaking his head, Lin Feng said seriously, there are many possibilities. I can't confirm it at the moment, but at least I can be sure that these black-clothed men are sneaking around, and they must be hiding some secrets. While speaking, Lin Feng finished checking 2 more storage rings. Could it be just a coincidence? Shui Linglong asked softly. Yes, Lindigo. Maybe it's really a coincidence. Qin Qianqian also agreed. Whether it was temperament or experience, the 2 girls were extremely shallow. Subconsciously, the kind-hearted girls did not want what Lin Feng said to be true. But the truth would not change with the will of a person. Coincidence. Lin Feng smiled brightly, and his eyes revealed a trace of fierceness. He threw the 8th storage ring to Qin Qianqian. Take a look at what's inside. Perseverance finally paid off. After searching 7 empty storage rings, Lin Feng did not give up. Finally, in the 8th storage ring, he got the answer he wanted. This is... Qin Qianqian was confused, and a green jade appeared in her hand instantly. The green light flashed brightly, and one could tell at a glance that it was expensive. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Shui Linglong stared at the green jade carefully and bit her cherry lips lightly. Me too, but I can't remember. Qin Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she tried hard to recall. Lin Feng sighed softly. Do you still remember that we were in the Yin treasure hall before we left? The 2 girls were stunned, and their beautiful eyes looked at each other. Both of them were shocked, and they remembered at the same time. This jade is the one that Li Wenma hung. Qin Qianqian said in surprise. Yes, it's exactly the same. Shui Linglong covered her mouth and said. Feeling the 2 girls waiting for confirmation, Lin Feng nodded. This piece of jade belonged to Li Wenma, who had mocked his team in Li Yin treasure hall that day. Maybe he was not good at distinguishing the quality of jade, but his memory was first class. There was no mistake. Linda Ge, do you mean that these black-clothed men are related to Li Wenma? Shui Linglong asked doubtfully. Impossible. Why would Li Wenma bring people to attack us? Qin Qianqian was also puzzled. Lin Feng shook his head. They are not Li Wenma's team. He had seen Li Wenma's team, and their strength was not comparable to these black-clothed men. They were not on the same level. Moreover, if it was Li Wenma's team, they would at least have a tracking device, but these black-clothed men did not. Not Li Wenma. Then who are they? Qin Qianqian and Shui Linglong became more and more confused. It was as if they had entered a dead end, and they were at a dead end. I don't know, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Looking at the 2 girls, Lin Feng sighed. I only know that it is very likely that this group of black-clothed men killed Li Wenma. Qin Qianqian and Shui Linglong opened their eyes wide, and they covered their small mouths in disbelief. Lin Feng's words completely woke them up. No way. Qin Qianqian took 2 steps back, and Shui Linglong also staggered. Although they had a small dispute with Li Wenma's team, they were all from the same sect, and it was hard to accept the news of their death. How could this be? Shui Linglong murmured. Lin Feng also felt helpless, and he opened the last storage ring in his hand. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he took out a lot of doling coins, including the gold card of the Qin Chamber of Commerce. So much money. Lin Feng's eyes were calm, and there was no joy. His intuition told him that these were not the wealth of these black-clothed men. Most likely, they were the belongings of Li Wenma's team, including various spiritual treasures and immortal fruits, which were very valuable. Hey, what is this? Lin Feng took out a round device. Qin Qianqian and Shui Linglong came up to him. Lin Feng's eyes were clear, and he saw that on the checkerboard-like screen, there were many flashing light spots, and he was confused. So strange, these light spots are moving. Qin Qianqian was surprised. 2 or 3 light spots are scattered in all directions. What does that mean? Shui Linglong's eyes were shining. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener understood. Shui Linglong's words made Lin Feng's eyes widen. Oh no, Brother Ji and Bai Yi are in danger. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Chapter 613. The Fourth Heaven. It was a chaotic scene. Despite being unprepared, the Yinling Myriad tribe had slaughtered countless fierce Yin sect disciples. Oh, how is Han Lai doing his job? Why is he so slow? Wan Dry Bone muttered in a hoarse voice as he stared at the radar in his hand. Wan Dry Bone frowned. It's just Team 32. We haven't finished them off yet. It'll be troublesome if they meet up. Don't worry, Vice Captain. We should be able to make it in time. Wan Feng cupped his hands. Moreover, the Herculean King who killed the other 4 warriors of Team 32 should be here soon. You've already killed so many lackeys, yet you're still dawdling. Wan Dry Bone snorted coldly with a hint of disdain in his eyes. This place is so rich. Menghua laughed. I didn't expect that after finding 5 5-star immortal fruits and 1 6-star immortal fruit, we would make another big discovery. Bai smiled. If Captain and the others knew about this, wouldn't they be envious? Young Master Hua smiled with a feather fan in his hand. Ji Xia smiled. All right, let's not talk so much. Let's start collecting. Ji Xia looked at the valley that was as large as a garden and smiled faintly. He did not expect his luck to be so good this time. He would reap so many rewards. If not for Brother Lin leading the way, I wouldn't have entered the 4th heaven so quickly. It's no wonder those experts' points are always so high. It turns out that entering the 4th heaven early is such a great reward. Ji Xia thought to himself, but he had no regrets. With his strength, there was a huge gap between Lin Feng and him. He could not climb the stairway to heaven alone. This time, he was just borrowing the momentum. Whoosh! Ji Xia's figure flashed as he began collecting. Although the star grains in the valley were not densely spread out, it was still big enough. Adding them up, there were more than 100,000 points. The 4 of them could each get about 40,000 points, which was quite good. Each person took a corner while the 4 of them split up to collect. The efficiency was very high. Whether it was by Yi, Menghua, or young Master Hua, everyone had smiles on their faces. To be able to enter the 4th heaven of Yinling royal residence and enjoy 1,110 days of searching and treasure hunting, it was definitely a rare opportunity. However, the 4 of them did not expect that danger was coming. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke and dust filled the air as the earthquake intensified. As a huge cloud of dust rose into the air and a shocking black mist condensed and boiled, the situation changed drastically in an instant. Flames, tsunamis, and lightning struck almost at the same time. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Oh no! Ji Xia's expression changed greatly. Ji Xia's reaction was the fastest among the 4 of them. In an instant, Ji Xia's indigo eyes flashed as they pierced through the layers of black mist and stared at everything around him. Nothing could escape Ji Xia's indigo blue eyes, as if it had become a gigantic blue cloud of light. Around him, 8 black-robed men spread out in 4 directions and attacked at an extremely fast speed. No, there are 2 more. Ji Xia fiercely clenched her teeth, her eyes flashing with a cold light. The 2 swords were unsheathed, shining with overlapping shadows. Behind him, an unusually strong Gang Qi, accompanied by the roar of star power, attacked under the cover of a fire spiritual master. It was a giant that was nearly 3 meters tall. Golden starlight covered its entire body, and its muscles looked like they were about to explode. Squad leader, Wanli Wang. Not only Ji Xia, but Bai Yi, Menghua, and Hua Xiao had also met their match. Bang! Clang! Regardless of which one of them was, none of them panicked. Instead, they quickly entered battle mode. This was the first reaction of a martial artist when encountering a battle. The 3 of them were undoubtedly well-trained. Even though they were ambushed, they still maintained their composure and used all their strength. But they did not realize how strong their opponent was this time. how terrifying their strength was. Except Jixia. Go quickly. Jixia screamed as if he had gone mad, his eyes shining brightly. The other three could not see, but his indigo eyes could see everything clearly. His rich experience told him that the opponent this time was not simple. If they stubbornly resisted, they had no chance of winning. Even if they fought with their backs against the wall, it would still be the same. The three of them heard it in an instant, but the enemy's attack had already arrived. Bang! Bang! There was a shocking sound of collision. Only a real, face-to-face battle would know how terrifying the enemy's strength was. Pooh! Meng was spat out blood. Hua Xiao's face was pale. His chest felt like it had been struck by lightning, and blood kept flowing. The two of them were originally the weakest in terms of strength. Among the 10 people of the Yinling tribe who came to ambush them, even the weakest two were stronger than them. What's more, they were outnumbered and outnumbered. Gap! In an instant, no. Jixia's eyes were blood red. The worst thing was to witness the death of a teammate with your own eyes and not be able to help at all. Mentally and physically exhausted, Jixia was in a mess. At this time, the Power King's fist came from behind. It could split mountains and split rocks. Boom! Jixia was like a kite with a broken string. He was heavily injured, but the injury was on his body, and the pain was in his heart. Seeing Meng's heart meridian being shattered by a palm, and seeing Hua Xiao's feather fan being burned to ashes, Jixia's eyes were filled with unwillingness and deathly stillness. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that Bai Yi was also heavily injured, but his strength was stronger than Hua Xiao and Meng Hua. He forcefully blocked the fatal attack. And this was all thanks to Jixia's reminder. Go, brother Ji! Bai Yi shouted, his face twisted. 100 swords fall. His star power completely exploded, and his soul skill bloomed. The sky seemed to be raining swords. Bai Yi turned into a bloody light, overdrawing all his strength. In fact, if it weren't for the three of them, Jixia could have escaped long ago. The 10 black-clothed men were relentless. Their attacks were ruthless. In an instant, they broke through the dense sword rain, causing Bai Yi's body to be severely injured again. No matter what, Bai Yi's strength was still inferior. However, it was this moment of delay that gave the two a chance to survive. Swoosh! Bai Yi closed his eyes and disappeared. The Power King's ferocious iron fist fell rapidly. The golden starlight condensed into a huge halo and smashed toward Jixia. No more chances. Jixia smiled weakly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and strong hatred. His body flashed with a faint light. He had given up the qualification to leave the Yinling royal residence. The indigo light in his eyes shone coldly. It was as if he wanted to remember the 10 black-clothed men and imprint them in his mind. But no, Jixia's face suddenly changed. It was a kind of fear, a kind of shock, and a kind of anxiety. At the last moment before he left, he actually saw a figure flying towards him at the speed of light. No, Lin Feng. Jixia wanted to scream, but the scene in front of him changed instantly. There was a lot of noise in his ears. He had come out. Both of his eyes were blood red. His heart had long since been filled with dense rage. Bai Yi and Jixia were not the only ones who had witnessed the death of Meng Hua and Hua Xiao. There was also Lin Feng. Scum! You bastards! Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He was extremely angry and his body was trembling. Although he had not known Meng Hua and Hua Xiao for a long time, they were straightforward and magnanimous. He had already treated them as friends. Most importantly, Meng Hua and Hua Xiao were his members in the 32nd Squad. He was in charge of them. Now, they had died in the hands of the black-clothed men. Even Jixia and Bai Yi were seriously injured and almost killed. How could he take this lying down? How could he not take revenge? I want all of you to die. I want all of you to be buried with me. Today, no one will be able to escape. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with raging flames. At this moment, he had completely transformed into a malicious spirit. The shadow of the Swanee behind him became even more intense. The beast was ferocious. The nightmare demon spear seemed to have sensed its master's anger. It let out a loud cry and created a terrifying hurricane that caused the sky and earth to change color. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was completely one with the nightmare demon spear. His heart was condensed. His consciousness was on the verge of destruction. But at this moment, Lin Feng's strength had reached the realm of perfection. Humans were humans because they had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They had joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. When a person's emotions reached the extreme, many times they would erupt with power that even they could not imagine. Boom! The world shook. Lin Feng's spear was as tall as the sky and as fierce as a meteorite. Intense flames burned and violent wind pressure bloomed. Lin Feng's eyes could see nothing but that blood-red color. The air froze. It was like the moment before a storm. Lin Feng's figure disappeared and became one with a nightmare demon spear. In a split second, the hurricane roared and the sky seemed to rumble with thunder. Lin Feng's spear was wrapped in crazy flames and brought along violent wind pressure that shattered everything around it. The appearance of the spear intent was earth-shattering and caused the earth to shake. The target was the squad leader Myriad Power King. No, what's going on? The Power King's expression changed. He did not expect the situation to develop like this. He was only a step away from killing Ji Xia, but he did not expect that instead of killing Ji Xia, a fiend would come. What a terrifying spear intent. Who is he? The Power King was scared out of his wits. He was completely overwhelmed by the enemy. War God against War God. The tall and muscular Power King seemed to have become much smaller. Under Lin Feng's attack, which was as heavy as Mount Tai, he could not resist at all. In fact, an enraged Lin Feng was indeed terrifying. Almost instinctively, not only did Lin Feng raise his spear art concept to the advanced proficient realm of man and spear unity, he also completely released the 5th spear art concept he had comprehended from the 5th wooden sculpture, which he had been practicing for a long time, but had yet to comprehend. The spear form, spear intent, and spear arts realm were all raised. How could the Power King resist the current Lin Feng? There was only one outcome: death. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lin Feng's spear directly tore the Power King into pieces, causing the air to collapse. Violent tornadoes spread out in all directions, gradually dispersing in the dense fog. With the nightmare spear in his hand, Lin Feng stood tall like a god of war. His blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings with intense killing intent. At this moment, he was no longer Lin Feng, but Azura. Chapter 614. Outside the Yinling Royal Residence. It's by Ian G. Xia. Quick, hurry up. What are you waiting for? The great elder frowned as he commanded the others. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Aside from Ji Xia and Bai Yi, there were many elite disciples of the Fierce Yin School. All of them were severely injured. Bai Yi and Ji Xia were either resting or receiving treatment. The Richwood origin energy fell on Bai Yi and Ji Xia, and their expressions became much more relaxed. Their chests heaved slowly. After consuming the immortal fruit, their injuries slowly healed. Since Ji Xia discovered it early, their injuries weren't too serious. Soon, Ji Xia groaned and slowly woke up. His injuries were slightly lighter than Bai Yi's. After a short treatment, he had recovered a lot of primordial qi. Ji Xia's indigo blue eyes shone as he looked around. His brows instantly furrowed. Outside the Yinling royal residence, the 6th elder, Guardian Ling, and Guardian Han were supposed to be waiting. However, none of them were here. Instead, the great elder was in charge of the situation. Moreover, there were many guardians and leaders. The surrounding atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Greetings, great elder. Ji Xia propped himself up and said weakly, "No need to be so courteous." The great elder hastily supported Ji Xia and asked with concern, "How do you feel?" "It's just a small injury. It's nothing serious, great elder," Ji Xia replied. He looked around in confusion and lowered his voice. "What happened? Can you tell me, great elder?" Sigh. The great elder let out a long sigh as if he had aged a lot in an instant. He shook his head and said, "It's a long story. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, no wonder. No wonder." Ji Xia nodded thoughtfully. "All right." The great elder's eyes lit up as he looked at Ji Xia. "Ji Xia, you have indigo blue eyes. Did you see the appearance of the black-clothed men? Did they have any special features? Did they wear anything? Or—" the great elder asked hastily as he stared at Ji Xia with great hope. However, he was soon disappointed. "I didn't have enough time." Ji Xia shook his head. Ji Xia closed her eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Although I can see their faces clearly, they're all very unfamiliar. Logically speaking, the strength of these 10 black-clothed men is not ordinary, and they should be frequent guests of Yanling Royal Mansion. However, I don't recognize any of them. Perhaps they all used disguising treasures." The great elder sighed. Ji Xia nodded. As Sima Shi's disciple, he was no stranger to spirit treasures. As expected, they came prepared. The great elder's eyes shone with a cold light as he clenched his fists. "I'm afraid that our fierce Yin school's disciples have suffered great losses this time. Heavy losses." His heart was filled with rage, but the great elder had nowhere to vent it. Ji Xia could feel the great elder's repressed emotions and the sorrow of the surrounding disciples. Ji Xia could empathize with him. Thinking of the deaths of Meng Hua and young Master Hua, his heart felt as if it was being stabbed by a bayonet, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He had watched the 2 of them die before his eyes. Oh no! Ji Xia's hands and feet instantly turned cold, his palms sweating. "What's wrong?" the great elder asked. Ji Xia's body trembled slightly as he thought of the last scene he saw before he left. He hastily said, "At the last moment I left, I saw Lin Feng. He should have come to help me, but—" Ji Xia couldn't continue his words, and his heart was filled with regret. If Lin Feng died because of this, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. "Then we'll have to trouble you." The great elder frowned and said, "It's been so long, and he still hasn't come out. Lin Feng most likely has met with misfortune." Ji Xia's body staggered, and his eyes were filled with extreme sorrow. "No, Brother Lin definitely won't die. Definitely, he won't die." As if he was comforting himself, Ji Xia kept muttering to himself. His heart, however, had already shattered into countless pieces. Lin Feng was dead? The ones who died were the 10,000 Yinling clan's martial artists. Lin Feng, who had transformed into an Azura and erupted in anger, didn't even summon his wings, and had already slaughtered 10 people. At that time, Ji Xia's group of 4 were in the east, south, west, and north, causing the 10,000 Yinling clan's martial artists to be extremely scattered. In addition, Lin Feng had killed the small team leader, Myriad Power King, in one go, severely dampened the momentum of the 1,000 Yinling clan's martial artists. Moreover, in the cave, Lin Feng's speed and agility couldn't be displayed at all. But in this small valley, he fully displayed his advantages, fighting 1 against 10, defeating them one by one. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Feng had already obtained a complete victory. However, Lin Feng's face, didn't have a trace of joy. It was filled with sorrow. "I'm sorry. I came late." Lin Feng knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with regret. If he could have seen through the conspiracy earlier, if his strength was a bit stronger and his speed was a bit faster, perhaps Meng Hua and young Master Hua wouldn't have to die. But everything had already become a fact. The Nightmare Demon Spear stood beside Lin Feng. A bloody light suffused, and a murderous aura crept. The ground was filled with corpses, and not a single one was complete. Lin Feng's viciousness, anger, wished for nothing more than to tear every single black-clothed person into pieces. And this was merely venting his hatred. What was the use? Meng Hua and young Master Hua could no longer be revived. It's my fault. It's my negligence as the team leader. Lin Feng's heart was in extreme pain. Standing up, he looked at Meng Hua's corpse with a sorrowful gaze. A wisp of flame flashed on his right hand and landed on his body. Chi, Chi. The flame was burning, reflecting Lin Feng's eyes, which were filled with guilt. Compared to Meng Hua, young Master Hua's death was even more miserable, burned to ashes, and not even his bones remained. Brother Meng, young Master Hua, don't worry. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, and all his viciousness and sorrow turned into determination. Lin Feng clenched his fists and said word by word, I, Lin Feng, swear to the heavens that I will find the mastermind and avenge you. I will not let you die in vain. His voice resounded, and Lin Feng's killing intent was awe-inspiring. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to the time when the Tianwu continent was in chaos. Overlooking everything, Lin Feng was truly furious. Fourth heaven. What's going on? Why is there one person left in the 32nd team? Wan Kuge frowned. It doesn't make sense. It's impossible that Han Lion, King of Power, were so careless. What happened? Wan Feng was also puzzled. Could it be that they failed? Wan Kugu's eyes flickered, but he immediately shook his head. Impossible. It's impossible for a mere 32nd team to be so strong. In the entire Fierce Yin sect, there are no more than 5 people who can fight against 10 people. Perhaps they were careless, Wan Feng said nervously. Won't we know if we try again? Wan Kugu's eyes were cold as he said slowly. Cloud Realm and Star Realm were the 2 main characteristics of the wild Yanling residents. No matter which heaven, there were Cloud Realm and Star Realm existences. The Star Realm was filled with difficulties, and it was filled with all sorts of experiences and dangers. However, at the same time, his gains were extremely bountiful. The more difficult the Star Realm, the more generous the rewards. There were points, treasures, precious mental cultivation techniques, and so on. As for Cloud Realm, it was calm and tranquil. It was a peaceful place to cultivate. Warriors who liked to take risks would choose Star Realm. Warriors who liked to cultivate steadily and advance step by step would choose Cloud Realm. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages. It was hard to say which was better. Red Cloud Realm. No, impossible. Qin Xianqian's face was pale as tears fell. Shui Linglong bit her lips and sobbed silently. In terms of emotional control, the 2 women were much inferior to Lin Feng. After all, Meng Hua and young Master Hua were like family to them. But now, they were killed and separated by life and death. How could they not be sad? Looking at the 2 ladies, Lin Feng was also crying in his heart. But what was the use of crying? Instead of crying pointlessly, it was better to use the enemy's blood as a sacrifice. Have you thrown away the locators? Lin Feng asked softly. Yes, the 2 women replied with tears in their eyes. That's good. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. After discovering the radar, he had already asked the 2 women to throw away the locators. Although the radar could no longer explore after turning off the locators, it was better to be safe than sorry. Really? Is it really a locator? Qin Xianqian bit her lips. Yes. Lin Feng sighed. Although he did not want to admit it, it was an indisputable fact. Only the people from Fierce Yin sect could tamper with the locators, and their position is very high, Shui Linglong said. Lin Feng nodded, his expression serious. Ordinary inner-sect disciples could not tamper with the locators. Even the sect master did not have the right to do so. Only those who were above the level of protectors, the true upper echelons of Fierce Yin sect, had the right to do so. This was a meticulous plan. It was specially designed to target Fierce Yin sect. No wonder Master told me to be careful that day. Maybe he felt something long ago. Lin Feng's tone was light, but he did not think too much about it. He didn't need to think too much about these things since he wasn't in his position. Moreover, he did not have the ability to do so now. Lindigo, what should we do? Qin Xianqian asked hesitantly. Yes, should we stay or leave? Shui Linglong asked softly. After being hit repeatedly, the 2 women had already lost their minds. In terms of state of mind and experience, the 2 women had too little experience after all. We'll stay and observe for now. Lin Feng said seriously. You are absolutely safe in Cloud Realm. There are no worries. No one else can come in. Looking at the 2 women deeply, Lin Feng's eyes shone. Stay here and cultivate in peace. Wait for me. Remember, no matter what happens, you must not leave here. Okay, Linda Gu, Shui Linglong nodded. Yes, Qian will take care of herself. Linda Gu. Qian looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with worry. She bit her cherry lips, unwilling to part with him. However, she knew that whether it was for Meng Hua, young Master Feng, or for the disciples of other sects, Lin Feng would not sit by and do nothing, because he was a real man. He was a man with responsibilities and responsibilities. Be careful, Linda Gu, Qian said softly. Don't worry. Lin Feng smiled and patted Qian's little head. I'll be fine. Yes, I'll wait for you, Linda Gu. Qian nodded vigorously. Then, ignoring Shui Linglong, she hugged Lin Feng tightly, as if she was afraid of losing him. Shui Linglong blushed and turned her head away. Lin Feng smiled, feeling the strong affection of the beauty, and a warm current flowed in his heart. Take care of yourself. Remember what I said. Lin Feng said softly, his eyes shining. Then, he revealed a faint confident smile and left. Chapter 615. In the fourth heaven, a figure was running at high speed. Staring at the radar, Lin Feng observed carefully. His eyes were burning. At this moment, Lin Feng was still wearing the locator on his left hand. The number 32 foot was shining brightly. It was true that the skilled were bold. The first 10 teams are all fine, but from the 11th team onwards, it's been intermittent. If my guess is correct, they should start from the weakest, starting from the weakest to the strongest. Lin Feng nodded and thought to himself. Second senior brother belongs to the first team. He's not in danger for now. I don't need to meet up with second senior brother now. Besides, second senior brother and I are far apart. While he was muttering to himself, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Damn it! Lin Feng clenched his left fist. In a short period of time, 2 more fierce Yin sect disciples disappeared. He didn't know if they were killed or escaped. But no matter what, there was no doubt about one thing. The enemy was hiding in the dark. This time, they were definitely coming to destroy fierce Yin sect. Master has been very kind to me. Besides, I'm now a member of fierce Yin sect. I can't just stand by and watch. We're all from the same sect. I'll save as many as I can. Lin Feng's eyes were shining. He went straight to the nearest light spot. On his left hand, the number 32 foot was still shining faintly. They're here. They're really fast. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He had already sensed them while he was running. No matter how good these black-clothed people were at hiding their auras, they couldn't escape the detection of his life spirit. Compared to martial artists who sensed with their auras, divine beasts sensed with heaven and earth. They sensed everything and the changes in the airflow. It was completely different. 10 people in a team. They're quite evenly distributed. The strength of each team is about the same. Let's see how many of you there are. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. I'll kill one if one comes. If a team comes, I'll kill a team. Instantly, he pulled out the nightmare spear from his back. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks with a strong, killing intent. His eyes were filled with a cold light. Come and try out my gun. Be my free practice opponent. With a faint smile, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. Facing the 10 cultivators behind him, not only did he not avoid them, but he also faced them head-on. They would not rest until they fought. I really didn't pay much attention to defense in the past. This time, it's all thanks to Master that I was able to improve so much. My physique and speed can only be fully unleashed in a wide space. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as the nightmare demon spear in his hand glowed with a bloody light. The first time he was forced to fight in the cave, he was severely injured. The second time he was unharmed, but this time just a minor injury. It's a pity that I don't have the feeling of a second battle. Lin Feng sighed softly. The feeling he had back then was still fresh in his mind. However, there was no such thing as another opportunity. This time, regardless of whether it was the realm of the spear technique, the spear intent, or the spear form, they were all far inferior to the second battle. Indeed, many things were special opportunities. I'll practice slowly. I'll find that feeling again. Lin Feng's eyes shone, brimming with confidence. As long as he kept fighting and fighting, he could force out his potential. Since he could use it the first time, he could use it the second time, the third time, until he completely grasped it. You want to kill me? Lin Feng looked at the locator on his left hand and smiled. Do you think it's that easy? Bastard. One dry bone cursed. He clenched his bony hands like steel bars. Even Wan Fu failed. Wan Feng panicked, his gaze changing. He's one of the top 3 experts of the 25 squad leaders. Last year, he even entered the top 100. How could he fail? It's very simple. We were tricked. Wan Dry Bone's eyes flashed coldly. This bastard number 32 pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. Then what should we do? Wan Feng was a little dazed. What should we do? Wan Dry Bone sneered. A little impatience spoils great plans. There's no need to ruin our plans for him alone. Let him live for now. Ignore him. Yes, Vice Captain. Wan Feng cupped his hands. He's quite cunning. He won't come again after suffering a loss once. Lin Feng shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. The opponent was too cautious. Otherwise, with every squad he killed, the fierce Yin sect disciples would be safer. I'll have fewer practice opponents. I'll also have fewer dose spirit coins. Lin Feng's eyes shone. Do you think I'll let you off just because you didn't come looking for me? There's still a lot of time. Everyone, take your time. His eyes were filled with rage. Lin Feng's killing intent was revealed. No matter what, he would not let the mastermind who killed Ferocious Flame and young Master Hua go. What did you say? Someone is assassinating my fierce Yin sect disciples? Ma Lin and Ma Kuan of the 11th Squad looked at each other and instantly burst into laughter. What kind of joke is this? Who has the ability to kill my fierce Yin sect disciples? Ma Lin puffed out his chest and said proudly, That's right, unless they ate a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. Ma Kuan smiled. Looking at the two of them, Lin Feng's expression did not change. I'm telling the truth. Ma Lin and Ma Kuan stared at Lin Feng. Seeing that his expression was firm and did not seem to be lying, the two of them could not help but look at each other. So what? Us two brothers aren't cowards, Ma Lin said proudly. That's right. Even you, Lin Feng, and the 32nd Squad can defeat them. Do you think we're weaker than you? Ma Kuan patted the locator on his left hand valiantly. The number 11 on it was just like the two of them. It was extremely proud. Lin Feng frowned. He was not angry at their words. Instead, it was because they had underestimated his influence. We respect you because you're the 3rd successor to the sect master position, not because of your strength, Ma Lin said calmly. That's right. Even I can easily defeat you, let alone my brother. Ma Kuan raised his head and said proudly, Go back, Lin Feng. We don't need you to worry about us. Looking at Lin Feng nodded. All right, I understand. Besides, many things would not change according to one's will. Everyone was a different individual. Huh? Wan Feng frowned. What's the matter? Wan Drybone's voice was bone-chilling. Looking at the radar, Wan Feng hesitated and said, Why is number 32 missing? Oh. Wan Drybone narrowed his eyes and said disdainfully, He must have discovered the radar and turned off the locator. Probably. Wan Feng nodded. He's not that stupid to expose his location. Wan Drybone snorted coldly. It's good that he knows what's good for him. Even if he doesn't want me to chew on such a difficult bone, it's still a question whether I'm willing to chew on it. Of course. Wan Feng flattered. With the vice captain's strength, killing that brat is as easy as lifting a finger. Wan Drybone sneered. He was not modest at all. He was very confident in his strength. Lin Feng had indeed turned off the locator. Since he could not persuade Ma Lin and Ma Kuan, there was only one method left. Lure the snake out of its hole. If they don't fall, how will they know how to get up? If I don't wake them up, the two of them won't be able to escape death once I leave. Lin Feng followed closely behind the two, maintaining a certain distance. Perhaps the two of them did not trust him and even spoke coldly to him, but as a man, he did not need to get angry over such things. Right now, the enemy hiding in the dark is very wary of me. Luring the snake out of its hole can not only help the two brothers, but also weaken the enemy's strength. Two birds with one stone, Lin Feng thought to himself. The more the enemy's strength was weakened, the safer the fierce Yin sect disciples would be. In any case, no matter who the enemy was, there was a huge restriction. Because the total number of people in the wild Yinling imperial residence was fixed. Big brother, that Lin Feng is still following behind us, Ma Kuan said with a frown. What is this brat up to? Ma Lin's eyes darkened as he said in a deep voice, Ignore him. Let's do our thing. Big brother, do you think what he said is true? Ma Kuan asked hesitantly. Is it important if it's true or not? Ma Lin said seriously, We only come to the wild Yinling imperial residence once a year. In a few years, we won't be able to enter again. How can we not cherish this opportunity? So what if there really is an enemy? I believe that with our strength, even if we can't defeat them, we can definitely escape. Ma Kuan nodded. Big brother is right. Our strength is definitely much stronger than that Lin Feng. Ma Lin smiled. Of course. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Just as they were about to leave, boom! A shocking explosion sounded. A thick fog boiled. Oh no, be careful, little brother. Ma Lin and Ma Kuan's expressions changed, but they reacted quickly. They instantly unleashed their astral powers and drew out their weapons. A powerful aura suddenly burst out. However, the intense explosion, together with the spreading fog, completely distracted the two of them. Several murderous auras appeared, and the origin energy exploded. In front of the two of them, countless auras rushed toward them. Their momentum was overwhelming and unstoppable. Only in a real battle would one know how strong they were. Ma Lin and Ma Kuan's expressions changed. At this moment, they knew that Lin Feng was telling the truth. However, it was too late to change anything now. The enemy's attack would arrive in an instant. And the most terrifying thing was Qi. Qi. Two vines rose from the fog and tied the two of their legs instantly. Their attention was completely attracted by the vigorous, murderous aura. Ma Lin and Ma Kuan didn't notice the fluctuation of the wood origin energy at all. In fact, it wasn't just the wood origin energy. The earth origin energy, water origin energy, and fire origin energy exploded together. No wonder the two of them were fooled. Oh no, we're finished. The two of them turned pale. They tried to break free from the vines, but it was too late. Even if they said leave in their hearts, they couldn't leave in an instant. The short time their bodies disappeared was enough for them to die countless times. At this moment, it was too late for regrets. They regretted not listening to Lin Feng. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. However, there was no medicine for regret. There was only one person. Just as the two of them were about to close their eyes and wait for death, suddenly, whoosh, a violent hurricane swept over and lightning flashed. Lin Feng, who was dressed in black, dashed out from behind like a ghost. The thick black fog boiled, and the red starlight condensed into a solid body. One man and one spear, facing the challenge alone without any fear. Lin Feng had come. Chapter 616. It was like a heavenly soldier descending from the sky. His aura was majestic, and his spear intent was earth-shattering. This power caused everyone to feel fear and trepidation. So strong, so terrifying, Ma Lin and Ma Kuan widened their eyes in shock. They had witnessed Lin Feng's strength 3 months ago during the annual celebration of Fierce Yin Sect. Lin Feng had indeed defeated Bian Ruyu, but his strength was on a completely different level compared to now. His spear intent alone had increased by more than 10 times. Ma Lin and Ma Kuan were both martial immortals. They walked the path of pure strength, so they knew better than anyone else. It's the advanced level of one with the spear. It's at least at the proficient level. Looking at Lin Feng's back, their chests heaved up and down. They felt suffocated. Recalling how they had spoken arrogantly and looked down on Lin Feng, he blushed in embarrassment. In the entire Fierce Yin sect, there was not a single warrior who had reached the advanced level of 1 with a spear. Even for other weapons, there were very few who had reached this level. And how old was Lin Feng? Boom! Lin Feng's spear was like a raging dragon. His spear intent did not increase. But Lin Feng had no way out this time to save Ma Lin and Ma Kuan. His body's potential was unleashed once again. Lin Feng's mind was in one, and the memory of the spear was extremely clear. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was practicing his spear in Fierce Yin Palace. Every attack and every step was clear in his mind. This was a kind of proficiency, a deep sense of the spear. Now, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Fighting with his back to the wall, his strength gathered star power and flames. In an instant, it exploded. Go! Lin Feng roared. The spear intent was proud. Lin Feng's strength was completely gathered in this spear. This spear covered all the attacks in front of him. How domineering and powerful was this? The sky fell and the earth cracked. The earth trembled. Gathering the destructive power like a hurricane, Lin Feng recalled the violent hurricane in the swamp that day. It was not an ordinary force of nature. All of his aura was unleashed at this moment. He was fighting one against many without any fear. Second shot. Reporting to Vice Captain, Wan Bin has completed his mission. Wan Feng cupped his hands. Wan Dry Bone nodded slowly, a satisfied look on his face. At this time, another 2 light spots on the radar disappeared without a trace. Upon closer inspection, there was not a single number above 10 left. Within a short period of time, the Wild Goose Feather tribe had killed countless disciples of the Fierce Goose School with the force of a thunderbolt. Their efficiency was so high that it was stupefying. And this was only the beginning. Although there are some deviations, the overall result is pretty good. Wan Witherant's expression was ice-cold as he nodded. Wan Dry Bone's sharp eyes flashed, and his voice was cold and hoarse. I must complete the mission before that, Wan Gu. I want those old bastards in the clan to know that I, Wan Ku Gu, am the number 1 disciple of the younger generation, and definitely not that Wan Gu. Vice Captain, what should we do next? Wan Feng's asked. Wan Ku Gu rubbed his fingers, his eyes like lightning. There are many experts hidden in Fierce Goose School's teams above 10. We must not underestimate them. Let's do as we planned and merge the teams. 2 teams will form a company and focus our attacks. We'll take them one by one. Play them to death. Wan Ku Gu's expression was ferocious. Sorry, Lin Feng. Yeah, we're really sorry about what happened just now. Ma Lin and Ma Kuan bowed with embarrassed expressions. They recalled how they had been so disrespectful to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had disregarded their past enmity and helped them. This magnanimity made their cheeks burn, and they felt ashamed of their inferiority. It's fine. Lin Feng nodded. We're all from the same sect. Luo Luo is a man of character. Why bother with such trifles? Lin Feng smiled faintly, his voice calm. He indeed did not take such trifles to heart. Now was not the time to sulk. He had to consider the big picture. Ma Lin and Ma Kuan had removed the trackers from their hands. The radar would no longer show their location. Including the 10 black-clothed men, he had killed 40 enemies and handed over 4 radars. He had also obtained close to 1 million soul spirit coins from all kinds of valuables and treasures. Brother Lin, we're truly ashamed of ourselves for repaying evil with kindness. Ma Lin sighed softly. We won't forget your saving grace. Ma Kuan cupped his hands and said. Lin Feng smiled casually. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. With the trackers removed, your whereabouts will not be exposed. Just be careful in the future. With that, Lin Feng turned on the radar. He stared at it intently and frowned slightly. In such a short time, all the teams numbered after 10 had been wiped out. The enemy's efficiency was rather high. Ma Lin and Ma Kuan looked at each other. Ma Kuan said, Brother Lin, what do you plan to do next? Lin Feng immediately raised his head and stared at Ma Lin and Ma Kuan. His eyes changed slightly as he pondered. Lin Feng said seriously, Can I ask for your help? Ma Lin's eyes were burning. You want us to accompany you? Ma Kuan clenched his fists tightly. His fighting spirit was boiling. As long as Brother Lin says the word, we will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Although the two of them were arrogant, they were straightforward and not pretentious. Lin Feng had saved their lives, so they had to repay him for every little thing he had done for them. Moreover, this matter was related to Fierce Yin sect. As disciples, they had the responsibility and obligation. Lin Feng shook his head. He immediately took out a radar and said slowly, I still have radars here. Senior brothers, take one each. We'll split up and inform the other teams. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, Senior brothers, remember to take out the radars. When the time comes, we won't repeat Junior brother's mistake. He had forgotten to take out the radars just now. Otherwise, Ma Lin and Ma Kuan would have trusted him. Okay. Ma Lin took the radar and chuckled. Ma Kuan blushed. Brother Lin, we understand. Then let's split up and inform the other disciples as soon as possible. The more, the better. Lin Feng nodded. With the help of Ma Lin and Ma Kuan, the efficiency would increase by 2 times. When the time came, they would be able to save more disciples. Definitely. Don't worry. Ma Lin and Ma Kuan said righteously. Why isn't Wan Bin's team back yet? Wan Kugu frowned. I don't know. Maybe they're delayed by something? Wan Feng said hesitantly. He looked at the radar and frowned again. Wan Bin is a small matter. However, the radar is getting stranger and stranger. The team we sent shouldn't have reached their destination yet, but these dots of light are mysteriously disappearing. Wan Kugu's expression didn't change. You only noticed it now. Wan Feng blushed. Deputy Captain, you have good eyes. We'll know when the team returns, Wan Kugu said in a deep voice. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Lin. Bien Do cupped his hands. That was close. I didn't expect our every move to be under the enemy's surveillance. Huang Gua still had a lingering fear. Senior brothers, you're too polite. Lin Feng smiled faintly. By the way, Brother Lin, according to what you said, the enemies hiding in the dark are probably marked by the team serial number. They'll start from the weakest. Bien Do's eyes sparkled. If the 3 of us work together, are we confident we can catch all the enemies in one fell swoop? Lin Feng's eyes darkened. He muttered, I'm afraid the chances are less than 50%. Bien Do and Huang Gua were stunned. Bien Do said, But how did you and the mob brothers capture the entire team? That's right, Brother Lin. Huang Gua was also puzzled. Senior Brother Bien and I are stronger than the mob brothers. Why is the chances less than 50%? Senior brothers, there's something you don't know. Lin Feng said seriously. When I went to inform the 10th team, I was extremely lucky and managed to catch up before the enemies arrived. This time, the number of enemies has increased from 10 to 20. Their strength has increased greatly. Recalling the scene not long ago, Lin Feng inwardly praised his luck. With his strength, it was already very difficult for him to fight 1 against 10. 1 against 20 was simply asking for trouble. Although he wouldn't die, he definitely wouldn't have the confidence to win. Even with Bien Do and Huang Gua, the chances were still not high. I see. Bien Do nodded and said solemnly, The 3 of us can't fight against 20 enemies. Damn it, is there no way at all? Huang Gua clenched his fist and wrinkled his nose. Looking at Bien Do and Huang Gua's indignant expressions, Lin Feng smiled calmly. Indeed, the feeling of being treated as prey without being able to fight back was very depressing. He could completely empathize with them. It's not that there's no way at all. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Really? Bien Do and Huang Gua were overjoyed. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. Outside the Yinling royal residence, a ray of light burst out. He's out. Everyone move quickly. The great elder shouted. The other sect leaders were all hesitant. The continuous rescue had already become a habit for everyone. However, it was different this time. Greetings, great elder. Greetings, senior brothers. Ma Kuan cupped his hands and greeted. There was not a speck of dust on his body, and there was no trace of injury. In an instant, everyone from the Fierce Yin sect was stunned. Ma Kuan, the great elder's eyes lit up. I was entrusted by Brother Lin Feng, to inform everyone. Ma Kuen's words were shocking. Lin Feng, everyone's eyes lit up. Oh, what exactly happened? Hurry up and tell us. The great elder was overjoyed at the turn of events and asked hastily. It's like this. Ma Kuen did not hide anything. Soon, thus, he spilled out everything that had happened. I see. The great elder was enlightened. Damn it. There's a traitor in our fierce Yin sect. Guardian Long was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. He said angrily, I'll kill him. Calm down. The great elder frowned and said, This matter has great implications. Don't alert the enemy. Guardian Jean, what are your orders, great elder? Guardian Jean took a step forward. Lead the 5 sect leaders and Ma Kuen back to the fierce Yin sect immediately. Tell the sect leader everything, the great elder said seriously. Although he was a person of virtue and prestige, he could not overstep his authority. Especially at such a critical moment, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Everything would be decided by the sect leader. Yes, great elder. Guardian Jean bowed and said. The great elder patted Ma Kuen's shoulder and smiled kindly. Thank you for your hard work, child. When this matter is over, the fierce Yin sect will definitely reward you according to your merits. Ma Kuen said immediately. No. Great elder, I've only done my part. Ma Kuen's eyes sparkled. He said with admiration, Brother Lin Feng, is the one who deserves the most rewards. If he didn't disregard our past enmity and save us, Brother Lin and I would have died in the hands of the enemy. Moreover, Brother Lin is still fighting. Compared to him, how can I be worthy of the word merits? Ma Kuen smiled. Lin Feng, the great elder's eyes shone brightly. That little fellow, I really didn't expect. The great elder shook his head. The sect leader is indeed the sect leader. He's trying to find gold in the sand. His foresight is not something ordinary people like us can compare to. Chapter 617. The Fourth Heaven. 2 teams of black-clothed men galloped quietly. A total of 20 martial artists walked in unison without making sound. One on the left and one on the right, forming a tight formation. They were on a mission. The 2 leading black-clothed men exchanged glances and nodded. Everyone gradually slowed down and approached. They were like a group of hunters, holding their breath and waiting to catch their prey. But where is he? What's going on? The 2 leading black-clothed men were stunned and looked at each other. The location shown on the radar was here, but the figure was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. One of the black-clothed men took out the radar and focused his gaze. At this time, the other black-clothed man's eyes flashed, and he instantly uncovered a piece of sheepskin cloth on the ground. Whoosh! Both locators were under the sheepskin cloth. Not good. We've been tricked. The 2 leading black-clothed men's expressions changed. However, it was too late. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion sounded, accompanied by a strong fluctuation of origin energy. Violent flames appeared from all directions. Bian Dou, Li Wensheng, and Hong Jitong, the 3 strongest martial artists of fierce Yin sect, appeared in a triangle. Huang Gua was suspended in the air, golden light blossoming in his hands. His eyes were like lightning. A huge ball of light appeared in his hands, and in the only empty corner, a black figure shot through like a sharp arrow. It was unstoppable. Fireworks spear art. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. The shadow of the Swanee behind him flashed, and balls of fire dragons wrapped around a nightmare demon spear, blooming into a violent flower of flames. This move used the second style of the nightmare spear art as the spear shape and the 5th wooden sculpture as the spear intent. It was what Lin Feng had comprehended in the Yinling royal residence this time, and he named it the fireworks spear art. With little morning flowers and fierce flames, he firmly remembered. He had to avenge them. Boom! Ha ha! Ha ha! The 5 of them sat on the ground and laughed heartily. They were extremely carefree. 5 against 20, and they won a complete victory without losing a single person. This battle record was not bad. I didn't expect Brother Lin to not only be intelligent and courageous, but also his spear art. Hong Jitong's eyes flashed. Awesome. Li Wensheng gave him a thumbs up. Truly, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Biendo smiled and said, "Now, I finally know why Brother Lin and Brother Ma Kuan were able to defeat a small group of black-clothed men by themselves. Only after fighting would one know the depth of one's strength." Having seen Lin Feng's strength, Biendo was sincerely convinced. Isn't that so? How could being the third successor to the sect be a joke? Huanghua laughed loudly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "If it weren't for the help of my 4 senior brothers, how could I have won so easily this time?" With his own strength, it was already extremely difficult for him to deal with 10 people. This time, it was indeed all thanks to his 4 senior brothers. Otherwise, even if they had the advantage of time and place and set up a trap to catch a turtle in a jar, it would be difficult to win this battle. After all, there was a huge difference between dealing with 10 and dealing with 20. The enemy had come in a menacing manner. How could those who could enter Yinling royal residence be ordinary people? The younger generation will surpass us in time. Hong Jitong covered his chest with his hand and smiled bitterly. Look at us. All of us are heavily injured, but Brother Lin seems to be fine. That's right. The 4 of us together killed 2 less than Junior Brother Lin. Li Wensheng laughed. In this battle, Lin Feng had single-handedly killed 11 enemies. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Senior brother, you flatter me. Lin Feng still has to inform the other fellow disciples, so I'll take my leave now. Senior brothers, take care. Killing another 20 enemies would no longer make him feel anything. In addition to the 40 he had killed before, there were now 60 martial artists who had died in his hands. However, no one knew how many enemies were hiding in the dark, waiting for the opportunity to make a move. The only thing he could do was to do his best. All right, farewell. Biendo nodded and said, "Rest for a while and recuperate. We will also set off immediately to inform the other fellow disciples." Hong Jitong's face was pale, and his injuries were not light. Lin Feng nodded and looked at his 4 senior brothers with a smile. Then, he turned around and walked away. Right now, he had to race against time with the enemies hiding in the dark. Yinling royal residence was in chaos. Under Wan Gu's command, the disciples of Fierce Yin sect in the 3rd heaven were slaughtered. However, because of Lin Feng's appearance in the 4th heaven, the originally flawless situation was torn apart, revealing a glimmer of hope. The plan of the Yinling royal clan this time could not be said to be incomplete, but because of Wan Ku's eagerness to contribute and Lin Feng's appearance, the entire situation was disrupted. Many times, a chess piece was enough to change the entire game. Bastard, what is going on? Wan Ku was so angry that his veins were bulging. Wan Feng and the other team leaders stood in a row, looking anxious. At this time, only 13 of the 25 team leaders were left. Compared to the previous lineup, it was as if they were lacking soldiers and generals, with nearly half of them dead or injured. "Vice Captain, I'm afraid Fierce Yin sect has already found out," Wan Feng said hesitantly. It must be him, the centipede with number 32. Wan Ku's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was not stupid. Being able to sit in this position was enough to prove everything. Thinking ahead and looking back, the first flaw in the entire situation had caused the dam to collapse, creating a huge hole. Then what should we do, Vice Captain? Wan Feng frowned. Our 25 teams are not as good as the captain's 25 teams. Why don't we shut up? Wan Ku roared angrily, scaring Wan Feng so much that his face turned green. You wanted to ask Wan Gu for help? What a joke. Wan Ku gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes as he clenched his fists. Wan Feng, follow me. I don't believe Fierce Yin sect will really rebel. Contact Fei looming immediately. Wan Feng was stunned, and his eyes instantly lit up. Vice Captain, you mean? Wan Ku snorted, a fierce glint in his eyes. I want to make good use of this chess piece, and play with those bastards from Fierce Yin sect. I want to see how strong they are. Great. How satisfying. This is so King satisfying. All the elites from Fierce Yin sect laughed heartily. There was nothing more satisfying than defeating the enemy. Although everyone was injured, the enemy was completely annihilated. The ground was littered with corpses and blood, but they were all the enemies. Lin Feng, aren't you a little too strong now? Lei Ba's eyes shone brightly as he said in disbelief. After returning from Sin City and cultivating nonstop for the past 3 months, I thought my strength would slowly approach yours. I really didn't expect. Ha! You must have suffered a blow, junior brother. The one who spoke was a handsome man. He was Lei Ba's senior brother, Chinchong. What terrifying spear arts! The short-haired young man's eyes shone brightly. Like Lin Feng, he also used a spear. He was Lei Ba's senior brother. Lin Feng smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Excessive modesty was arrogance. Moreover, he had heard these words many times. Junior brother Lin's strength is now on par with mine. The handsome man, Chinchong, said with a smile. Really? Lei Ba widened his eyes. I'm afraid the difference is only 1 level. Lu Ling nodded and said. Lei Ba was dumbfounded. Since his 2 senior brothers said so, it couldn't be false. He remembered that 3 months ago, he could still barely be on par with Lin Feng. Now, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were on completely different levels. Chinchong was one of the top experts in Fierce Yin sect. In the previous session and the session before that, the Yinling royal residence had always been at the top of the rankings. After Zhu Ling and Ji Qing, he was ranked 3rd in Fierce Yin sect. Lin Feng smiled and said, My strength is not as good as senior brother Chinchong's. Chinchong's strength was indeed very strong. He was probably only 1 level away from his 2nd senior brother. He was even stronger than Ji Xiao. Currently, he didn't have the strength to surpass Chinchong's. Chinchong smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. He didn't dwell on this matter and said, Junior brother, are you going to ambush the enemy next? The more we kill, the safer Fierce Yin sect will be, Lin Feng said seriously. Perhaps he would have to sacrifice his precious time for this, but it was worth it, as long as the disciples of Fierce Yin sect were safe. Good, as expected of the 3rd successor of the sect leader. Chinchong said satisfactorily, I wonder if Brother Lin is willing to travel with me. I, Chinchong, also want to do my part for Fierce Yin sect. If you and I work together, we will be able to heavily injure the enemy. Lin Feng looked at Chinchong with sparkling eyes and said with a smile, I can't ask for more. With Chinchong's strength, he would be of great help to him. Good. Chinchong smiled and looked at Lei Ba and Lu Ling. He said seriously, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to inform the other disciples. No problem. Leave it to us, senior brother. Lu Ling and Lei Ba nodded. We'll meet again. Lin Feng cupped his hands and said, Don't die, Lin Feng. Lei Ba's eyes were sparkling. After we return, I'll be waiting to challenge you. Don't worry. Lin Feng smiled faintly and left. This is really unexpected. Fei Luming's eyes were sparkling as he said coldly. Yeah, I didn't expect such a good situation to be destroyed by mere Lin Feng. Zhongbai shook his head and said, He was just lucky. Golden Cicada's expression was desolate and cold. The locator on the 3's left hands was still flashing. The huge number 2 was as clear as day. However, I didn't need to worry about the 10,000 tribes. As they belonged to Han Lu's faction, the 3 of them knew their status. They also had a heavy responsibility when they entered the imperial residence to cooperate with the elite warriors of the 10,000 tribes, to kill all the disciples of Fierce Yin sect. I wonder which unlucky bastard will come to us first. Zhongbai sneered. I hope it's that Lin Feng. Vice Captain hates him to the bone. Golden Cicada's lips curled up. They're here. Fei Luming's eyes were burning as he looked not far away. Everything will be carried out according to the original plan. This is a great opportunity for us to perform meritorious deeds. It will determine our and Master's position in the 10,000 tribes. We can't be soft-hearted. Don't worry, senior brother. Pendulum and Golden Cicada looked at each other and smiled coldly. Chapter 618. Outside the Yenling residence. Mole, who is the mole? The great elders' eyes lit up. Only the 7 great elders and the 10 great protectors can tamper with the tracker. In other words, other than me, the 6th elder and protector Ling, the other 14 people are suspicious. The great elder nodded thoughtfully, frowning. Who could it be? Just as he was thinking suddenly, good news, great elder has good news. In the distance, the disciples of the fierce Yin sect rushed over happily. Oh, did you find Protector Han? The great elder's eyes lit up as he said happily. Finding Han Lu meant that the enemy's true identity could be revealed, because Han Lu was the only one who survived. Yes, the disciples of the fierce Yin sect nodded, but he paused. But Protector Han is severely injured. I'm afraid. The great elder's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, Let's go. Take me there immediately. The 4th heaven. It can't be. Really? We were ambushed. Fei Luming and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at Lin Feng and Qin Chong. Yes, Qin Chong said seriously, and then took out the radar. Look, this radar is the best proof. Lin Feng did not speak at the side. With Qin Chong's status in the fierce Yin sect, his words were more credible and intimidating than his own. Looking at Fei Luming and the other 2, Lin Feng did not have any emotions. Perhaps the 3 of them were Han Lu's disciples, but now was not the time to settle personal grudges. They had to unite against the enemy. But along the way, I keep feeling that something is wrong. I should have found something, but I can't remember what the problem is. Lin Feng muttered to himself, frowning slightly. He kept feeling uneasy, as if there was something he did not understand. But he could not put his finger on it. Maybe I'm thinking too much. No matter what, I'll deal with it when the time comes. Lin Feng's eyes were burning, and his fighting spirit was radiating. The tragic scene of Meng Hua and young Master Hua's death kept appearing in his mind, and he suppressed his anger. I will definitely find the culprit. I will avenge you. Soon, the 5 of them went into hiding. He was not afraid of repeating the same old trick, as long as it was effective. Lin Feng and Chun Chong's eyes sparkled as they quietly waited for the enemy to arrive. However, they did not notice the sharp glint in the eyes of Fei Luming and the other 2 behind them. Waiting for a rabbit to appear in a tree stump required patience. Strange, this golden cicada didn't make a sound. Lin Feng's heart suddenly moved. He had once read Wu Sha's memories, so he knew Han Lu's disciples very well, whether it was their personality, strength, or even their habits. This golden cicada was about the same age as him and had once seriously injured Jixia. His personality was irritable and ruthless, and he had a very bad habit. It couldn't be fixed. Golden Cicada was an impatient person, but now, after waiting for so long, there was no reaction at all. Not only that, even Fei Luming and Zhong Bai are a little strange. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Logically speaking, the hatred between me and Han Lu is as deep as the sea. It's impossible that they don't know. But at first glance, the 2 of them acted as if nothing had happened. After that, they were so enthusiastic towards me, as if we were old friends who hadn't met for a long time. Strange, very strange. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more puzzled he became. At that moment, his heart was as calm as dust, and he was able to concentrate on thinking about the problem. Wait, Lin Feng's expression changed instantly, and he clenched his fists. I know what's wrong. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Since there's a mole in fierce Yin sect, it can't be just one person. Lin Feng suddenly understood. The 7 great elders and the 10 great guardians all have countless disciples. If any one of them is a mole, their disciples must be in cahoots with them. This time, entering fierce Yin Ling royal residence, it was as if a shackle had been opened in his heart, and the haze that had been immersed in his heart was lifted. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, but in an instant, it's here. Lin Feng's expression changed continuously. After waiting for a long time, the rabbit he had been waiting for had finally arrived. But the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Lin Feng seemed to have understood something. Oh no! Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. The star power suddenly exploded, forming a solid halo around his body. At that moment, Fei Luming and the other two behind him finally revealed their true nature. Two daggers, which were almost inches away from each other, were quenched with a cold green light. They stabbed towards Lin Feng and Chun Chang's backs from the left and right, going straight for their hearts. Chi! Chi! They were as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. There was no way to block them at all. They were so close, and they arrived in an instant. Bang! The daggers had just pierced Lin Feng's skin, but they couldn't go any further. The red starlight was dense, and the seventh gear's star control allowed Lin Feng to instantly defend himself, blocking the fatal attack at the most critical moment. However, he was still a beat slower. One step slower, and so on. Golden Cicada and Pendulum reacted extremely quickly and instantly attacked again. Starlight burst. How could Lin Feng block the attack at such a close distance? Bang! Clang! He could block the first attack, but not the second. Lin Feng's head instantly roared, and his lower abdomen was hit repeatedly. His whole body flew backward violently. The corrosive star power went straight into his chest, and, at the same time, the green light on the tip of the dagger on his back released its power. Puff! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his back was instantly paralyzed. It's actually poison. Lin Feng shuddered, and the engulfing fire instantly rose in his body, rapidly devouring all kinds of poison. He had never been afraid of poison. Although his body was injured, it wasn't fatal. He had realized it earlier. However, Chen Chong wasn't so lucky. His handsome face was filled with anger and unwillingness, but his body couldn't move. Fei Luming, the strongest of the three, stabbed his dagger not only into Chun Chong's back, but also into his chest. The sharp blade in his hand even slit Chun Chong's neck effortlessly. No! Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed hoarsely. This was the second time he had seen his companion die in front of him, and he couldn't save him. His heart seemed to be torn into pieces. Han Lu! Lin Feng roared furiously, and the red starlight burst out. At this moment, all the doubts had been solved, and there was no more confusion. The mole was Han Lu. Lin Feng was hit and flew backward, and the surrounding pressure was crazily eroding his body. It was a powerful force that could break the sky. Countless black-clothed men moved quickly, forming a U shape as they surrounded him. The leader's aura was astonishing, far stronger than the other martial artists. It was a situation of 9 deaths. At this moment, Lin Feng only had one way left. He had to leave Yinling royal residence immediately. Otherwise, when the enemy formed an encirclement, only death was left. There was no way to escape. However, Lin Feng didn't leave. If I leave, the disciples of Fierce Yin School in Yinling royal residence will have no chance of survival. Lin Feng only had one thought in his mind, and he made a decision. Leave? He couldn't leave. He couldn't be so selfish. If he didn't expose Fei Luming and the others, who knew how many disciples of Fierce Yin School would die in their hands. At this moment, he couldn't leave. Ha! Ha ha! The sound of laughter was heard, and it was accompanied by a ray of light that was like a path to heaven, as if the stars had landed, and it was extremely brilliant. Lin Feng's gaze changed, and the surrounding environment changed instantly. It was a land of white snow, filled with cold air, and he felt as if he was in a dream. This is... Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. It wasn't an illusion, but a real place. Little bastard, let's see where you can run to this time. Jie's cold laughter was heard. In the land of white mist, a black-clothed man stepped on the void and descended from the sky. He was as thin as a match, and there wasn't any flesh on his body. He looked like a skeleton. Just like the other black-clothed men, his entire face was immersed in darkness, like a ghost. Wanqigu. Domain, type spirit treasure. Lin Feng's eyes focused. You should be happy, kid. Wan Kigu's voice was hoarse, and he said proudly, "This is the first time my 8-star spirit treasure, Blizzard Snow Domain, has tasted blood." 8-star spirit treasure. Lin Feng's heart jumped. It was a transcendent existence that was worth more than 10 million Dolan coins. There were only a few in the entire Yanling royal residence, and they were priceless. But the person in front of him had one. 8-star spirit treasure, Blizzard Snow Domain. Lin Feng's eyes were burning, and his mind was filled with thoughts. The more precious an existence was, the more detailed the records were. Especially for a spirit treasure of this level, the owner's identity must be known by everyone. If I can spread this news, Master will most likely know the enemy's identity. At that time, everything will come to light. Lin Feng clearly understood that this was his real chance. But it would not be easy. The black-clothed man's aura was too strong. Although his eyes were hidden in his black clothes, they were dazzling. With one look, one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. Most importantly, since he had told him without any hesitation, he must have absolute confidence to kill him. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he observed the entire terrain. This was no longer the fourth heaven, but an independent domain. Domain-type spirit treasures not only had the ability to change the environment, but they also had the ability to control the environment. They were quite powerful, especially when it was an unheard of 8-star spirit treasure. There's no need to look. Wan Qigu, Jie sneered, "This is no longer the Yanling royal residence. You will definitely not be able to escape." Did I say I was going to escape? Lin Feng's eyes were indifferent. Losing without a fight was never his style. Haha, what an arrogant kid. Wan Qigu's eyes, which were hidden in his black clothes, flashed with a bright light. You don't think that you can defeat me with your mediocre strength, do you? Wan Qigu laughed loudly, his voice filled with arrogance and disdain. He's a heavenly soul master. No, he's also a heavenly soul master. In that instant, Lin Feng understood his opponent's strength. This black-clothed man was probably not inferior to his second senior brother. He was very strong. My strength is slightly inferior to his. It will be very difficult to defeat him, Lin Feng thought to himself. Wan Qigu's unpleasant laughter constantly sounded in his ears. Lin Feng looked over, and his eyes lit up. Let's try this. Perhaps it will have a miraculous effect. Lin Feng's eyes changed, and his heart trembled. Chapter 619. Yuli, Lin Feng bellowed. In an instant, a faint red crystalline ball appeared. It flashed with a bright luster, its faint red color as brilliant as the setting sun. It resonated with the red light around Lin Feng's body. 7-star spirit treasure, Yuli. Oh, Wan Dry Bone's eyes lit up. A 7-star spirit treasure was very important to a warrior. It could greatly increase their strength. Although Wan Dry Bone had the 8-star spirit treasure, Domain of Blizzard, it was temporarily borrowed for this mission. It wasn't his own. I didn't expect a little bastard like you to be so rich. Wan Dry Bone's Jie laughed strangely. His bony fingers emitted unpleasant crackling sounds. Wan Dry Bone's eyes were filled with greed. Just nice for me. Rise. Wan Dry Bone's hands glowed with white light. The starlight merged with his body. The white light in his hands was much more resplendent than Lin Feng's. Astral control, 8th gear. Whoosh. Lin Feng's figure retreated. Eyes bright, Lin Feng was extremely cautious and didn't charge forward. Even if celestial spiritualists feared close combat, Wan Dry Bone was too strong. Not only was he a water-type celestial spiritualist, but he also had the support of the 8-star spirit treasure, Domain of Blizzard. It could be said that they complemented each other. If he attacked rashly, he would be the only one at a disadvantage. When facing an opponent stronger than you, you can either do it in one go, or plan before acting. Lin Feng recalled his master's words. He didn't act rashly. Although a celestial spiritualist attacks were strong, the further away they were, the weaker their attacks would be. Go! The instant a sharp snowflake pierced out, Lin Feng retreated. He didn't want to continue fighting. You want to leave? Do you think it's that easy? Wan Drybone sneered. With a thought, the surroundings were filled with snowflakes. Domain of Blizzard's power gradually began to shine. With a water-type celestial spiritualist casting it, Domain of Blizzard's power was unleashed to the extreme. Myriad Snow Sword. Wan Drybone moved extremely quickly. Drawing upon the strength of the world, starlight filled the air. Facing Lin Feng's evasive maneuvers, Myriad Withering Bones directly unleashed a killing move. Tens of thousands of snow swords fell from the sky. There was no need for any preparation time, because the entire Blizzard domain was under the control of Myriad Drybones. Swanee Shadow, Lin Feng shouted. A thick black fog appeared around his body, concealing him. Behind him, the ferocious mutated beast ferociously stirred up a stretch of flames. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as a wisp of the flame of rebirth instantly appeared in his hand and came into contact with the Swanee's flames. It was as if oil had been poured into a fire. In an instant, flames filled the air, and its power was at its peak. Pung! Power Bloom! The attack that gathered the astonishing strength of 10,000 dried bones was also detonated. Pa! 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 The snow swords were shattered into pieces. At this time, the red starlight outside Lin Feng's body was attacked by the fire and could not resist the powerful magnetic explosion. However, with the weakening of the starlight and the protection of moon glass, Lin Feng's body was only slightly injured. To Lin Feng, this injury was completely negligible. What? Myriad Drybones was shocked. Lin Feng's aura was still there, and it had not weakened at all. Impossible. How'd he block it? Myriad Drybones felt incredulous and alarmed. However, his attacks did not stop. He gritted his teeth, and intense starlight appeared again. This time, the power he gathered was much stronger than before. Dozens of icicles formed a ring and blasted toward Lin Feng. Snow Cone Array. Myriad Drybones' eyes sparkled. Very good. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Flames appeared in his hand again. Lin Feng was not afraid at all. Once he put some distance between them, he would be able to block them. Bit by bit, he would slowly wear them down. One attacked, and one defended. The attack was fierce, but the defense was not bad either. In terms of strength, Myriad Drybones was stronger than Lin Feng, but he was not willing to take the risk. He only attacked from afar, trying to exhaust Lin Feng's strength. But obviously, Myriad Drybones had miscalculated. If it were the Lin Feng from 3 months ago, it would indeed be difficult for him to resist. But now, things were different. He was good at using his starlight, numinous treasures, and his own body. Lin Feng's 3 lines of defense were impenetrable. How is this possible? How can he still block it? His aura has not weakened at all. After taking so many of my attacks, he should be seriously injured. The more Myriad Drybones fought, the more shocked and anxious he became. Lin Feng was not the only one who was consuming his starlight. Even if he used the 8-star numinous treasure, the Blizzard domain, he was also consuming his starlight. It was a tug of war. It was a matter of who lost their cool first. This little bastard, how can he resist so much? Bastard. Myriad Drybones was flustered and exasperated. The more he fought, the more anxious he became. He saw that Lin Feng's expression was normal, hiding in the black fog, but his strength was fading bit by bit. He was afraid that, you want me to attack? Fine, I'll do as you wish. Myriad Drybones' eyes shone fiercely. Let's see if he can block it. Myriad Drybones finally wavered. Like a city wall that he had been defending, it suddenly collapsed. Very good. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Myriad Drybones was not the only one who could not hold on. His own starlight was already on the verge of collapse. The difference was that he had been holding on. Now the opportunity had finally arrived. Whoosh! The moment Myriad Drybones sped forward, Lin Feng attacked without hesitation. The warm-up was over. Now, it was a real close combat. Bastard. Myriad dried bones fumed. He did not move, so did Lin Feng. But when he moved, Lin Feng immediately moved. Rise. Myriad dried bones' hand gestures changed. But as soon as he stopped, Lin Feng's figure became ghostly again. It was like an agile butterfly, fluttering in the woods and flowers, making people's eyes and ears blurry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The four-stage whirlpool technique was used again. Lin Feng's figure was extremely ghostly in the black fog, and in an instant, split. Lin Feng split into two. The secret doppelganger Lin Feng's eyes suddenly changed. Deceleration space. Intense power of the world fell on Lin Feng, making him look even more ghostly in the black fog. Lin Feng confused his opponent with speed and illusions. Myriad Dried Bones was at a loss as to what to do with Lin Feng's moves. It's this. It's still in the black fog. Myriad Dried Bones was stunned. Just as he reacted, he saw the eyes of the secret doppelganger Lin Feng shining with a fierce light. This is... Myriad Dried Bones was stunned and immediately became furious. How dare you? The secret doppelganger Lin Feng dared to provoke him. This was a Heavenly Soul Master's Fate Spirit attack. Boom! The two weapons clashed. Bang! Lin Feng felt as if his head had been struck by lightning. In terms of Fate Spirit power, he was far inferior to Myriad Dried Bones. They were almost an entire level apart. This method of throwing an egg against a rock seemed to have no other effect other than self-harm, but that was not the case. This brief contact had completely exposed the power of Lin Feng's Fate Spirit. No matter how one looked at it, it was a wrong attack. But was that really the case? How foolish! Myriad Dried Bones laughed coldly. You want to use a Heavenly Soul Master's move to ambush me? Childish! I forgot to tell you that I'm not only a Heavenly Soul Master, but also a Heavenly Soul Master. Myriad Dried Bones' eyes shone brightly like starlight. The exposure of Lin Feng's secret made Myriad Dried Bones very confident. The power of a Heavenly Soul Master was direct and effective. Using pure Fate Spirit power to condense an attack, it was simple and direct. If the difference in strength was too great, one could even be blasted to pieces. However, at that moment, Myriad Dried Bones did not realize that the black fog was getting closer and closer to him. It was a diversion. The secret doppelganger Lin Feng seemed to be terrified. Facing Myriad Dried Bones' Heavenly Soul Master attack, he seemed to be extremely afraid and wanted to flee. However, the Fate Spirit attack was too fast. There was no way to dodge. Boom! It was as if lightning had struck the earth. Myriad Dried Bones, who had been full of confidence, instantly changed his expression. He was stunned on the spot. It was as if he had punched a hard wall. His well-tempered Fate Spirit seemed to have collided with a large rock. He was instantly stunned. It was a completely unexpected result. The secret doppelganger Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, and his figure gradually dissipated. Indeed, in terms of Fate Spirit attack, Lin Feng was far inferior to Myriad Dried Bones. However, Lin Feng's Fate Spirit had fused with the heavenly Fate Astral. It was equivalent to wearing a suit of armor in his body. Its defense was extremely high. How could Myriad Dried Bones shake the power of such a divine beast? The opportunity had finally arrived. He had waited for a long time and planned for a long time. This was an excellent opportunity. Within the black fog, Lin Feng's speed instantly exploded. Thousands of small holes appeared in the wind vortex. Throat chakra, human acupoint. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. 7 spots of light flashed on his left elbow. The only orange light exploded violently. The two types of power instantly split apart. Every step he took, his meridians connected. Lin Feng's left hand instantly gathered explosive power. It greatly increased his attack speed and slightly increased his attack power. This was the power of chakras. This was the attack method of a martial god. The nightmare demon's spear blossomed with the light of a fire dragon. The power of the Swanee shadow behind him was fully channeled. Not much of the seventh gear's star power was left, but the remaining star power was gathered at the tip of the spear. Facing myriad dried bones, who had fallen into a temporary state of confusion, Lin Feng went all out. Go, fireworks spear execution. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. His aura and power were condensed to the extreme. Its might was also endlessly accumulating. Whether it was the spear form or the spear intent, they were all perfectly executed. Lin Feng vaguely felt the nightmare demon spear change slightly. His senses became clearer. Although he had not reached the proficient level, his spear technique had already surpassed the proficient level. What's going on? Myriad dried bones finally regained consciousness under the pressure of the violent aura. He could not hide the shock on his face. Sensing the enormous power behind him, myriad dried bones felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. What heavenly gods feared the most was being closed in on. No! Myriad dried bones roared madly. All the star power in his body erupted. Dense snowy light filled the air. The power of the blizzard domain condensed at this moment and frantically built a defense in front of myriad dried bones. However, it was already too late. Lin Feng's spear was like a thunderstorm descending from the heavens. It was unstoppable. Die! Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. The nightmare demon spear pierced straight out like lightning. Spear intent erupted. The second strike of the nightmare demon spear execution was much more powerful than the first strike. It was like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Myriad dried bones' face was filled with shock. His eyes were filled with panic and unwillingness. However, the nightmare demon spear instantly pierced through all his defenses and pierced through his heart. Bang! There was a violent explosion. Lin Feng's right hand condensed a beam of cold light and swept across myriad dried bones' throat. He died in the same way as Chun Chong. Boom! Chapter 620. This is an 8-star numinous treasure. Blizzard domain. It would be great if I could have it one day. Dream on. Don't be so naive. The vice captain's spiritual treasure is just a borrowed one. The black-robed men gathered around and discussed. The rest of the 25 teams, led by Wan Drybone, were all gathered here. Since the plan had been discovered by Fierce Yin's sect, they might as well gather together instead of wasting manpower. Even if they fought openly, they would at least have the advantage in numbers. Unlike Fierce Yin's sect, the 500-man team, led by the Thousand Goose Feather tribe, was made up of the tribe's experts. None of them were martial artists with potential. They were here to complete the mission. Is this the legendary 8-star numinous treasure? Fei Luming's eyes lit up. The Thousand Goose Feather tribe indeed has a deep foundation. Their wealth is comparable to that of a nation, Zhong Bai said enviously. A domain-type numinous treasure that is independent of the Goose Feather imperial residence. This Lin Feng is doomed, Golden Cicada said with a sneer. The three of them focused their gazes on a snowy land that formed a huge snowflake light barrier. It was thick and bright. From the outside, they could not see what was happening inside. It was an independent domain, an independent space. Suddenly, whoosh! Snowflakes flew everywhere as a powerful aura exploded. The Thousand Goose Feather tribe retreated. Fei Luming and the other two's eyes lit up. They knew that Wan Ge was about to appear. But why was there such a huge commotion when he put away the numinous treasure? No one knew, because no one had ever seen the blizzard domain used before. Even Wan Ge himself was using it for the first time. Bang! The airflow dissipated. The energy aura was extremely strong and shiny. The Thousand Goose Feather tribe focused their gazes on the snowflakes, waiting for Wan Ge to appear. They were all prepared and were about to salute and congratulate him, but they did not see him. Just as the light of the snowflakes was slowly dimming, suddenly, whoosh, a beam of light pierced through the air from the crowd. Everyone was stunned. Fei Luming and the other two even widened their eyes as they watched the figure leave. Their expressions instantly became extremely ugly. Did I see wrongly? He is not Wan Ge. It's Lin Feng. Fei Luming suddenly shouted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, it was like an arrow piercing through the clouds, shooting straight towards Lin Feng. At this moment, the members of the Yanling tribe that were gathered at the side finally recovered from their shock. Even though they didn't know what had happened, they obviously couldn't allow Lin Feng to escape just like that. Hundreds of powerhouses surrounded the entire area, causing the place to boil with excitement. Madly galloping, he fled with all his might. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a strong determination, but at this moment, he was a little powerless. His astral power had been depleted. We're in big trouble now. There are so many of them. Lin Feng thought to himself, feeling a strong sense of crisis. Martial artists were densely packed all around him. At this moment, they were attacking him at high speed, completely blocking off all his escape routes. Most importantly, the battle with the 10,000 dried bones had caused him to expend a lot of energy. His astral power was depleted, and the throat chakram in his left hand could no longer be used. Even the 7-star spirit treasure, Yu Li, was already an arrow at the end of its flight. His secret clone's life, soul, had yet to recover from the collision with the 10,000 dried bones. There wasn't much he could use. Is leaving really the only way? But if I leave, the senior and junior brothers of the Yanling royal residence they won't be able to escape death. Lin Feng was extremely hesitant, but he knew that he didn't have much time to think. There were too many enemies, like leeches everywhere. Once surrounded, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. The situation in front of him was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng quickly relaxed, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Choice. There was no more time. There's no other way. Lin Feng made a painful choice. If he lost his life here, everything would be in vain. Where there's life, there's hope. He could only take revenge in the future. At this time, the martial practitioners of the Yanling royal residence had already entered the range of attacking Lin Feng. A furious roar accompanied the bombardment of various origin energies. Lin Feng felt like he was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, with no way out. However, Lin Feng's eyes were still bright, and his conviction was firm. Goodbye, Lin Feng murmured. Just as he was about to leave the Yanling royal residence, Lin Feng suddenly caught a glimpse of an imperceptible light in the sky from the corner of his eyes. Lin Feng's expression instantly changed. That is, Lin Feng was greatly shocked. It was the star realm, and it was the extremely rare purple star realm. The imperceptible purple light flashed with a bright luster, like a seed slowly sprouting and growing. The starlight grew stronger and stronger. The appearance of the purple star realm was extremely coincidental. Every time it appeared, it would only appear for an extremely short period of time and disappear very quickly. Every time martial practitioners entered the Yanling royal residence, the probability of encountering a purple star realm was 1 in 10,000. However, the difference between the star realm and the cloud realm was the star realm was extremely dangerous, especially the high-level and rare star realm. The rewards were extremely generous, and the danger level was even higher. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. The purple star realm could be imagined. But let's take the risk. Lin Feng made a decision in an instant. In fact, he already had no way out. He could either leave the Yanling royal residence immediately or enter the purple star realm. There was only one chance. Is this the answer that the heavens have given me? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth lifted slightly, and there was no hesitation in his eyes. For him, danger and opportunity coexisted. This was the only path he could take. If he didn't want to leave, then enter the star realm. First, he had to eliminate all the obstacles on this path. Boom, rumble. All kinds of origin energies bombarded wildly. Hundreds of martial practitioners from the Yanling royal residence launched fierce attacks at Lin Feng. Dozens of sky spirit masters bombarded together. If he took this kind of power head-on, no star C level martial practitioner would survive. The only thing was Lin Feng. You want to kill me? Then you'll have to pay the price. Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up, but the demon annihilation spear on his back didn't leave its scabbard. But Lin Feng's hands flashed with intense flames. Two separate rays of light condensed in his hands. The two balls of flames were strengthened to the limit, as if he was favored by the heavens. The fire of devouring was condensed to the extreme, and the fire of rebirth was precisely controlled. His body was like a scale, balancing the two. I don't need to hold back. With my current physique, I can completely withstand it. Extreme magnetic explosion. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was very clear about his own strength. Even if he didn't have the starlight to protect his body, the remaining power of the 7-star spirit treasure, Yuli could still protect his body. After weakening, you wouldn't get burned by playing with fire. Come at me. The more the better. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with madness. The flames in his hands became brighter and brighter. Bang! Bang! The flames were dense and intense, just like Lin Feng's heart, firm and persistent. Combine! Lin Feng shouted. The two balls of flames fused violently, crazily accumulating. It was the purest power, forming the most terrifying combination and explosion. The opposite power condensed together. In an instant, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. Boom! The flames flared. The power of the magnetic explosion formed the most terrifying power. The light blocked out all the light, and the power swallowed all the attacks. All kinds of origin energy were like paper or planes hitting a rock, completely uncontrollable. All the sky spirit masters were shocked. They were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. The battle god and martial god, who were the closest, were stunned. They looked at the intense flames flashing in their eyes. With a loud cry, they instantly lost consciousness. It was as if a monster had opened its mouth and was about to swallow everyone, including Lin Feng himself. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion. The situation was extremely tragic. It was as if the entire area had been blown to ashes. Goodbye. I'll be back again. In the intense flames, Lin Feng stood like a fire phoenix. Dragging his severely injured body, Lin Feng looked like a phoenix bathed in blood. Determination flashed in his eyes as he clutched his broken chest. His entire body was covered in blood, gushing out nonstop. His injuries were extremely serious. If it were anyone else, it would definitely be fatal. However, Lin Feng did not fall. Instead, he slowly flew toward the place where the purple starlight flickered. At this time, the purple starlight was gradually shrinking. Its appearance was a coincidence, a destiny, or an opportunity. Whoosh! The moment before the purple starlight disappeared, Lin Feng finally arrived. Turning his head, his eyes stared at the remaining figures in the sea of fire. Wisps of light flashed in his eyes. Then, Lin Feng disappeared into the purple light. Bang! The purple starlight disappeared instantly. It was as if it had never appeared. Corpses were everywhere. This time, the thousands of people in Yinling suffered heavy casualties. In order to kill Lin Feng, hundreds of experts formed a huge encirclement. They did not expect Lin Feng to have such power, devouring everything. Those battle gods and martial gods who were close to Lin Feng had long been burned to ashes. Those who were lucky enough to escape were the cultivators who were further away. The heavenly spirit masters were either dead or injured. In terms of physique, they were much weaker than the battle gods and martial gods. As for the heavenly spirit masters, there was no need to mention them. A total of 61 people died. Nearly half of them were dead or injured. Many of them were injured. It could be said that they had suffered heavy injuries. This is too terrifying. Golden Cicada was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, Lin Feng is really a monster. He still has such a destructive power, even when he's dying, Zhongbai said in horror. Ha 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 ha. Fei Luming's laughter was a little forced. He was also frightened by Lin Feng's last attack. He felt lucky and said, "Fortunately, we didn't take the lead just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be buried together with Lin Feng now." The three of them looked at each other, and all of them laughed. This time, They could be said to have escaped death. Once Lin Feng is dead, no one will know our identities. Fei Luming's eyes revealed a fierce light. Yes, we'll take this opportunity to make a fortune and kill those idiots from Fierce Yen's sect one by one. Master will definitely reward us handsomely. Zhong Bai revealed a greedy expression. Then what are we waiting for, senior brother? Golden Cicada laughed coldly. The three of them had forgotten the pain after the scars healed. They had long forgotten what had happened just now. They were blinded by greed. Chapter 621. Outside the Yinling royal mansion. Protector Hanyu, how did you get hurt so badly? The first elder's eyes widened as he exclaimed. At this moment, Han Lu was lying on a stretcher. His body was covered in blood and his face was pale. He looked like a dying man. It's great to see you, first elder. Han Lu opened his eyes tiredly. He was weak. Quick, someone come. The first elder yelled. Han Lu's aura was so weak that it was almost impossible to reach him. It looked like he was dying. If he was not treated, he would probably die. No need, first elder. Han Lu's voice was extremely weak as he raised his trembling hand. Seeing this, the first elder quickly reached out and shook his hand. Suddenly, he felt a boneless coldness. His heart trembled. God has eyes. Luckily, I was able to survive until now. I don't want to let the real culprit go unpunished. Han Lu's teeth were chattering as if he was using the last of his strength. His eyes were bloodshot. It's the Chiyue Palace. First elder, it's the Chiyue Palace. His voice was hoarse and high-pitched, filled with hatred. However, when it reached the peak, Han Lu's eyes widened and protruded. Puff! Han Lu spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was extremely pale as his body trembled violently. Protector Han, hang in there. The first elder's face was filled with horror. However, the hand that was tightly clenched had no temperature at all. It slowly fell. With his eyes open, Han Lu breathed his last. Damn it! The first elder gritted his teeth. The Chiyue Palace. The first elder's gaze landed on Han Lu. When he saw that Han Lu was still unwilling to close his eyes, he said in a deep voice, Don't worry, Protector Han. Our Fierce Yen School will remember your kindness. We will not let you die in vain. Then, the first elder slowly closed his eyes and shouted, Someone bury Protector Han's body properly. In an instant, the first elder left without looking back. He did not doubt Han Lu's words at all. As the saying goes, a dying man's words are kind. Besides, the Chiyue Palace did have the strength and motive to do so. They wanted to sow discord between the Fierce Yen School and the Wild Yin clan. You wish. Unfortunately, it's all for naught. The great elder's eyes were cold, and his expression was solemn. There was already a ball of raging fury burning in his heart. Han Lu's body was buried outside the Yinling Imperial Mansion. This was the spiritual chi of the entire Yinling Prefecture. It was a holy land. As long as it was a martial artist, if they died, they would want to be buried in a dragon's den like this. However, what no one saw was, not long after the Grand Elder left, the place where Han Lu's body was buried began to tremble. In an instant, Han Lu broke out of the ground like an awakened evil spirit. Although his entire body was covered in blood, his eyes flashed with a bright light. His originally dying aura had now disappeared, and he seemed like an ordinary person. Han Lu's injuries were not serious. TSK, this kind of idiot can also become the Great Elder. No wonder Fierce Yen School is getting weaker and weaker every year. How can they be compared to our Wild Yin clan? Go and settle the score with the Chiyue Palace. When the time comes, my Yinling myriad tribes will be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Han Lu sneered. His hands moved, and in an instant, the scattered soil was buried again. I have completed all the tasks assigned by the Lord. Now, I can finally return to my homeland, to the Yinling myriad tribes. A satisfied smile appeared on Han Lu's face, and he was extremely happy. As a member of the Yinling myriad tribes, and wholeheartedly devoted to the family, Han Lu did not feel good for the past 1,000 years. But now, after a day of dormancy, he finally reaped the results. Purple Star Realm. Whoosh! Lin Feng entered the Star Realm. His vision blurred, and his head was instantly hit by an extremely strong impact. Lin Feng, who had already overdrawn all his strength and was dying, suddenly widened his eyes, and he was completely stunned. That was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Just as his body appeared in midair, Lin Feng had already fainted and lost consciousness. Whoosh! His body fell straight down. Passing through the clouds, passing through the huge mountains and plains, Lin Feng fell down at an extremely fast speed, like a bright meteor. It was a canyon, an extremely strange canyon, as if it had been split into two by an axe. And where Lin Feng fell was right in the middle of the canyon, in a small gap that could not be reached. There was no light, but there was a poisonous fog, which made people feel afraid. But Lin Feng fell straight down. He did not feel anything at all. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly entered the poisonous fog. The black poisonous fog enveloped Lin Feng in an instant, destroying his body. His already broken body was in even worse condition. But Lin Feng's body was not ordinary. It had an extremely strong recovery ability and had absorbed the blood and essence of the Tianwu shaman tribe. In addition to the original phoenix body, no matter how strong the poison was, it could only cause harm to Lin Feng and could not kill him. In an instant, Lin Feng passed through the poisonous fog. Under this poisonous fog, there was a thick darkness. There was no light at all. Thump! Lin Feng fell. However, he did not land on flat ground, but in a boundless, pitch-black lake. The lake's water was strange, and it flashed with a strange luster as it enveloped Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng's body emitted a sizzling sound, and the poison in his body was neutralized by the lake water. It was extremely strange. He sank straight down, as if the lake water had no buoyancy. However, Lin Feng did not feel anything either, like a withered leaf that fell from a tree, floating wherever the wind blew. Sinking even more. Lin Feng's aura was weak, as if he had entered a state of death. But in reality, his body had automatically entered a protective state, hanging on by a breath, prolonging his life. In the lake, many fish of all shapes and sizes were swimming around. Some had sharp fangs and blades, some had scales that looked like barbs, and some even looked like dragons of different colors. They were swimming around everywhere. The most terrifying thing was that these fish were not only enormous in size, but also extremely strong. However, they turned a blind eye to Lin Feng. Even if they passed by, they would take a detour as if they were avoiding an obstacle. Lin Feng kept sinking. This black lake was bottomless. Whoosh! Whoosh! Above the clouds where Lin Feng appeared, countless huge birds flew. Pairs of fierce eyes were filled with cold light, and every time they flapped their wings, it was as if they were cutting the sky in half. Wherever they went, the airflow was scattered, and the entire sky was filled with shrill cries. It was a warning and rejection, as if it was saying, this was their territory. On the huge mountain, there were plains. There, many giant tribes gathered. They had strange appearances, and their tall and sturdy bodies were not inferior to those huge birds at all. Some held big clubs in their hands, some were bare-chested, and some had all kinds of snakes coiled around their bodies, covered in scales and strange shapes. Their auras were extremely strong, and their strength was not inferior to those huge birds in the sky. On this mountain plain, they were obviously the kings. In the canyon, many terrifying beasts were running. Most of them had 4 legs, and there were all kinds of appearances. Some had sharp horns on their heads. Some had tails that were more than 1,000 meters long, and some had necks that were several times longer than their bodies. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, looking extremely ferocious. 3 levels of danger. 3 levels of danger. This Purple Star Realm was indeed extraordinary. It wasn't easy to pass the Purple Star Realm's trial. Lin Feng was extremely lucky. What he didn't know was that he had already passed the first trial of the Purple Star Realm by accident, survive. Perhaps a top-star sea-state powerhouse could indeed face the attacks of the giant birds, giants, and beasts at the same time, such as Yinling Prefecture's #1 powerhouse, Wan Macho, and Lin Feng's master, Ji Jin, but they were definitely not Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's current strength, there was only one word for him: death. However, no trial would end a cultivator's path of survival. All the doors closed, but a window would always open. And this window was located in the narrow gap in the canyon. An unknown darkness, a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate, and a terrifying poison that densely covered the entire gap. The poison was very fatal. After a long time, it was enough to cause the poison to attack the cultivator's heart. However, the antidote was in that black lake. As long as one entered the black lake where the giant fish lived, the poison in their body would naturally dissolve and disappear. The first trial had to be faced with death and fight to survive. It was very difficult to find this only path. No, it should be quite difficult. Over the course of countless years, many martial artists had entered the Violet Star realm, but less than 1 in 10 were able to pass the first trial. And Lin Feng was one of them. There was danger, and there was opportunity. The Star Realm was called the Star Realm because it contained endless wealth, points, and treasures. All kinds of things that one wanted but could not obtain existed in the Star Realm. This was the most mysterious and attractive place. Perhaps the Star Realm contained heart-palpitating dangers. One could face death at any time and dance on the tip of a knife. However, as long as one could survive this danger, the rewards would be equally shocking. Fortune and disaster came hand in hand. The fourth heaven. The Wild Goose Tribe lost their vice-captain, Wan Gangu. As for the Fierce Yin sect, they lost Lin Feng. Their losses were not small, especially with Lin Feng's disappearance. No one knew the true identities of Fei Luming and the other two. Even someone as strong as Chun Chong died in the hands of Fei Luming. As the captain of the second team, Fei Luming was quite strong. He had also obtained a 7-star spirit treasure in the annual meeting 3 months ago. He was proficient in it and was like a tiger that had grown wings. Killed another 3. Zhongbai sneered. Senior brother is indeed senior brother. You took advantage of their unpreparedness and killed them to your heart's content. Golden Cicada praised sincerely. They only have themselves to blame for meddling in other people's business. Fei Luming's eyes were full of disdain. All of them are like Lin Feng, doing their best for the Fierce Yin sect. Bah, loyalty? What's the use of loyalty? People should just take care of themselves in this world. Senior apprentice brother is right. Zhongbai immediately flattered. Let's go to the next target. Fei Luming's eyes were cold. Although the tiger was dead, the hungry wolf was still alive. The Fierce Yin sect disciples were still restless. Without Lin Feng's protection, a catastrophe was about to unfold. Chapter 622. At the bottom of the Black Lake. It flickered with a faint light. It was neither dark nor midwinter. It was covered with green algae, water plants, mud, and stones. The most eye-catching thing was where the light bloomed, tiny pearls. They were bright and shiny. One could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary pearls. These tiny pearls played a huge role in making the dull bottom of the lake shine. There was not a single giant fish at the bottom of the lake. It was very strange, but it was unknown what caused it. And in the dense water plants, a figure covered in wounds was lying there. He looked like a dead person or hibernating. He did not feel anything at all. Lin Feng, no matter how strong he was, being in the center of the magnetic explosion, Lin Feng was still affected greatly. Most importantly, Lin Feng did not have astral power to protect his body. Otherwise, he would not have been so badly injured. Even the 7-star spirit treasure, Moon Glass, was shattered. It was obvious how powerful the magnetic explosion was. If he did not have a near-immortal body, Lin Feng would not have dared to take such a risk. His damaged skin was slowly recovering. The eye-catching wounds had stopped bleeding long ago. The scars had faded. Lin Feng's body was like steel that had been tempered for a long time. There were countless injuries. If it were anyone else, dying a few times would not be enough. After an unknown period of time, with a soft groan, Lin Feng slowly woke up. The fatigue of the body would also affect the human soul. Although Lin Feng had two souls, his life soul had been seriously injured in the battle with the 10,000 withering bones and needed to rest. Therefore, when he first entered the Purple Star Realm, he was directly knocked out by the strong impact. At that time, he was already at the end of his rope. But because of this, Lin Feng accidentally passed the first test. Otherwise, with his broken body, how could he withstand the cruel test in the Star Realm? One could not leave voluntarily. Either they completed the mission or they died in the Star Realm. Therefore, it could be said that many things were actually predestined. Where is this? Lin Feng opened his eyes. He was still a little weak. Although his body had healed, the weakness of his human soul could not be recovered in a short time. Similarly, his body was not at its best. In the water? This is lake weed. Lin Feng brushed aside the algae on his body. He seemed to understand something. It didn't matter where he was. The most important thing was what he should do now. It was quiet all around. There didn't seem to be any danger here. But what heavy water! Lin Feng felt a little surprised. Having grown up in the Lin family village, Lin Feng was no stranger to water. His body felt the intense water pressure, and his movements became much slower at the bottom of the lake. How did I get here? After entering the Purple Star Realm, I fainted. Lin Feng could vaguely remember the light at the very last moment. After that, he had no memory of it. Logically speaking, every Star Realm would have a mission or checkpoint. Did I miss it because I was unconscious? Lin Feng thought to himself and couldn't help but frown. If he missed the experience notification because he fainted, he would be in trouble. Indeed, Lin Feng had missed the prompt for the first checkpoint. But that was not important, because he had already completed the mission in a daze. Forget it. It's useless to think too much. Since I'm here, I'll just take it as it comes. Since I'm here, I'll take a look around first. Lin Feng thought to himself. His eyes flickered. However, he didn't know that at this moment, his accumulator had increased by a total of 100,000 points. It was the reward for the first checkpoint, outside the Yanling royal residence. The people from fierce Yin sect were busy. The Grand Elder's brows were almost knitted together. Seeing his disciples coming out one after another with almost all of them seriously injured, his mood was in a mess. Although he had already sent someone to inform the sect master about Han Lu's last words, he couldn't do anything now. He glanced at the scoreboard. At this moment, exclamations could be heard. Wow, that Lin Feng is up. Really? I've never seen this name before. Who is he? I don't know. Maybe he's a lucky newcomer. The people waiting outside the Yanling royal residence had nothing to do. They stared at the scoreboard and commented. Once there was a new martial artist ranking change, they would make a fuss. Why is the bottom of the lake so strange? Although the lake water is heavy, it doesn't have heavy water pressure. It's suffocating. Lin Feng walked at the bottom of the lake and pondered. He picked up 2 pearls. They had a faint glow. The material was very special, but he couldn't tell what it was. Oh, right. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of something. Instantly, he took out the identity token of the Yanling royal residence. At the same time, it was also a point accumulator. As expected, the moment the pearls touched it, they were swallowed. The light of the token flashed. Lin Feng was shocked. 10,000 points. The increase in the number made Lin Feng jump. In the 4th heaven, he had spent a lot of effort and only earned 270,000 points. However, in the blink of an eye, he had gained 10,000 points. Wait, Lin Feng was stunned. An increase of 10,000 points should be 280,000 points. However, it was 380,000. What's going on? Why did I gain 100,000 points for no reason? Lin Feng pondered, but he couldn't understand. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Then he nodded. It should be related to the Purple Star Realm. Forget it. Instead of thinking about how he got it, I might as well pick up all these pearls. Lin Feng smiled, his eyes filled with joy. One pearl was worth 10,000 points. There were at least dozens of pearls at the bottom of the lake. He had earned a lot. Look, look, it's amazing. In front of the rankings, all the warriors stared at the rapidly changing rankings with wide eyes. They saw Lin Feng's name rushing all the way to the top, and the number of points kept increasing. It was extremely fast. 450,000, 470,000, 500,000. Everyone exclaimed one after another. In a short period of time, Lin Feng had already entered the top 10 of the rankings. It was as fast as lightning. One had to know that those who could be ranked in the top 10 were all outstanding figures among the 3,000 martial artists this time. All of them were the first to enter the fourth heaven through the heavenly stairway battle. For example, Ru Meng from the Divergent Moon Palace, who was ranked first last year and first the year before that. Another example was Ji Qing from the Fierce Yin School, who was ranked second last year and third the year before that. As for Lin Feng, because he led the team, he spent a lot of time in the stairway battle and wasted precious time. However, many things were destined. What he lost on the swings, he gained on the swings. It's still increasing. Oh my God, he's going to be rich. Did Lin Feng enter the Golden Mountain? Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Lin Feng's points increase steadily. In the blink of an eye, it had exceeded 600,000 points. He squeezed into the top 5 of the rankings. How amazing! Rise! Rise! Everyone's eyes lit up as they shouted in unison. The originally uneventful wait instantly became lively. 4th place, 3rd place, 2nd place. Lin Feng squeezed out Ji Qing, who was ranked 2nd and was only a foot away from Ru Meng, who was ranked 1st with less than 20,000 points. However, at this time, Lin Feng stopped chasing. Points, 695,569. Wow, there's a sigh. Everyone couldn't hide their disappointment. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to make a comeback but failed at the last step, they felt as if something was hanging in their hearts. It was extremely uncomfortable. In the Yinling royal mansion, the Yinling tribe, the Lian sect, and the Chiua palace had the most people. The three forces together accounted for nearly half of the people who entered the Yinling royal mansion. However, outside of the Yinling royal residence, most of the martial artists were the brothers and sisters of other martial artists, their fellow disciples, and so on. The three forces, on the other hand, only had 2 or 3 little kittens. They wouldn't be bored like staring at the rankings, because they knew very well that at the end of the battle, those who could be ranked in the top few of the rankings must be warriors from the three forces. What's going on? Wang Jinghan opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. Lord, a newcomer suddenly jumped to the 2nd place on the rankings. The warrior from the Wan clan reported honestly. Oh, is that so? Wang Jinghan said indifferently and closed his eyes again. To him, and to the Wild Goose Feather tribe, the rankings were of no use this time. They only had one goal, Lian's sect. Grand Elder, we have another disciple in the top 3. The Lian sect disciple said happily. The Grand Elder nodded indifferently and glanced at the rankings. There were so many people cheering, and it was so lively. How could he not hear it? Originally, this was indeed something to be happy about. However, he couldn't be happy at the moment because he was worried about something. The Grand Elder didn't hope that the Lian sect disciples could get a lot of points. The most important thing was that they were safe. That was enough. Don't let anything happen to Lin Feng. You must be careful. The Grand Elder thought in his heart and muttered. 31 pearls. Lin Feng picked up a basin full of pearls and was very satisfied. He gained a total of 310,000 points. Now, his points were close to 700,000. However, this was a result that he didn't expect at all. It's about time. There's no light in the lake anymore. I should have finished picking up all the pearls. Lin Feng looked around. His sparkling eyes weren't obstructed by the darkness at all. The bottom of the lake seems to be quite big. It's hard to finish all of it in one go. Let's go up and see what's going on with this lake. Lin Feng pondered with a hint of curiosity. He was at the bottom of the lake, but he couldn't feel the water pressure. This was a very strange thing in itself. Lin Feng floated up slowly with a calm expression. He spread out his soul power. In this unfamiliar environment, Lin Feng was very cautious and didn't dare to be careless. He wasn't fast, and the bottom of the lake was deep enough. However, the more it was like this, the more Lin Feng was shocked. One had to know that the deeper the lake was, the more terrifying the water pressure was. The power of nature was extremely frightening. However, right now, it was so strange, he floated up bit by bit. In the darkness, Lin Feng's eyes were shining brightly. It was as if he was about to leave the bottom of the lake and could already see a faint light. I've got it. This place is... The higher he went, the more shocked Lin Feng was. His body inexplicably trembled and his hair stood on end. It was a warning of danger, a martial artist's instinctive fear of great power. Even if he had overcome it in his heart, it didn't mean that the danger didn't exist. Chi! Lin Feng broke out of the water. In front of him, the light gradually brightened, and Lin Feng's eyes were even brighter. That is... Chapter 6:23. What a big fish! So many fish. Lin Feng was shocked, and his eyes lit up. A faint barrier of light appeared above him, separating him from these strange fish. However, even with the existence of the wall of light, he could still clearly feel the strength of these fish. Their auras were majestic, and their bodies alone were terrifying. Fish that were 100 meters long were considered small. Most of them were 1,000 meters long, and there were also huge fish. Through the wall of light, he could see big fish eating small fish from time to time. Their sharp teeth and bloody mouths were a sight to behold. If I go out like this, I'm afraid I'll become their food. Even if some of the fish are not stronger than me, there are too many of them. Moreover, it's difficult for me to unleash my strength in the water. Lin Feng thought to himself as he observed carefully. The wall of light above him seemed to be a barrier that separated two worlds. No wonder there's no water pressure at the bottom of the lake. If I'm not wrong, the real bottom of the lake is above this wall of light. But if the bottom of the lake is above me, where am I now? Lin Feng shook his head, feeling slightly helpless. Right now, this Purple Star realm did not have any experience mission notifications, and it had sealed his way out. There was indeed nothing he could do. There's always a way out, not to mention that this is the Star Realm. If I can't pass through the real bottom of the lake with my strength, then this place, there must be a secret. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and his heart instantly understood. Then he turned around and left without hesitation, not stopping. Since this path was blocked, he would find another one. After a full day and night, Lin Feng had explored every inch of the bottom of the lake, not missing anything. He was very careful and careful. An entrance to a circle of light, a small lake cave, and a deeper whirlpool at the bottom of the lake. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he fell into deep thought. His current location was indeed not a dead end. Whether it was the top, middle, or bottom, there were paths to take. There were a total of 3 opportunities. However, it's not as good as a chance. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. If there was only one path to take, then this path was most likely the path to survival. However, there were 3 paths right now, which meant that 2 of them were likely to be dead ends. Having more choices wasn't necessarily a good thing. The first path is the entrance to the circle of light, close to the edge of the light wall. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. This path seems to be the most normal and also the most shortcut. If my guess is correct, it should be able to directly pass through this black lake and reach the outside world. From the looks of it, this was the fastest and most convenient route, as well as the most normal one. However, he could vaguely feel a ripple in his heart, as if he was a little afraid. The second path is a very ordinary lake cave. Lin Feng nodded. He had discovered this lake cave by chance. It was blocked by a large rock, and the top of the rock was covered with silt and algae. It seemed to have existed for a long time. He didn't know if there was a path in the lake cave, nor did he know what was inside. The third path, further down, Lin Feng suddenly shivered. That whirlpool-like entrance made him feel deeply attracted, as if there was some treasure below calling out to him. The feeling was the most profound. If my guess is correct, there must be a treasure below. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Moreover, this treasure was very likely to be extraordinary and had great ability. But the shell of a treasure and the greed of a greedy person are only one thought apart. Opportunities always coexist with danger. The more the heart ripples, the more beautiful and attractive things are. Sometimes, the more dangerous it is. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes. Even if there was a different world under the whirlpool at the bottom of the lake, and there were great treasures, so what? If he couldn't get out, everything was just an illusion. If he went down, he would only deviate further and further. This wasn't his original intention. Moreover, in this strange lake bottom, once there was an irresistible danger, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar, and he wouldn't even have a place to escape. My strength is not enough. Forcing my way in will do more harm than good. The first of the three paths is the whirlpool at the bottom of the lake, which is not suitable for me now. There are two other paths. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he nodded slightly. After careful consideration, if he took a wrong step now, it was very likely that he would be consigned to eternal damnation. One seems to be the most direct path. As for the other path, it's an unknown. Lin Feng sank into deep thought, thinking about many things. The worst thing was that he was at the bottom of the lake, and the wings couldn't provide any help. Otherwise, he could just release a large number of winged insects to scout the way, and things would become much simpler. Now, he could only rely on his own judgment and choice. This required intuition and experience, and even more so, courage and determination. This is it. Lin Feng nodded. In his heart, he quickly made the final decision. He believed in his heart. Outside the small lake cave, Lin Feng stood upright, his eyes burning. There didn't seem to be anything special here. This small lake cave looked more like it was dug out after birth, and was very ordinary. But the more ordinary it was, the more complicated it was. Why is there only this lake cave? There must be a reason for its existence, compared to directly passing through the light wall and rushing up. Lin Feng's final choice was to enter this lake cave filled with the unknown and mysterious. It was the most ordinary and inconspicuous, but his intuition told him to choose it. Bang! The fist force was like a landslide. Lin Feng exhaled, and the huge rock that was blocking the entrance of the cave was instantly shattered into pieces. Even the algae in the lake was destroyed. The entrance appeared in front of him. The aura couldn't be detected, and the black lake water was filled with a strange power. But Lin Feng still stepped forward without hesitation and entered the lake cave. Since it was a decision, there was no need to hesitate. In a secluded mountain valley. Mission completed? The voice was cold and old. It was a man wearing a cloak, and his face couldn't be seen. Han Lu didn't disappoint, Lord. Han Lu cupped his hands and said. At this moment, he was already full of energy and didn't look injured at all. Very good. The cloaked man nodded and said, You have done a great job in deceiving the great elder. Thank you, Lord. Han Lu was pleasantly surprised. Don't be happy too early. The cloaked man's eyes sparkled, and his hoarse and cold voice directly extinguished the fire in Han Lu's heart. It's easy to deceive the great elder, but it's not easy to deceive Ji Jin. Even though I'm by his side every day, I don't know what he's thinking. No wonder the patriarch sees him as the biggest threat. Then, Han Lu said hastily, Is there anything else I can do? Yes. Keep an eye on Lin Feng for me. The cloaked man said coldly. Lin Feng. Han Lu was startled. Don't underestimate him. The cloaked man said coldly. Ji Jin is a meticulous person, and he won't leave anything behind. What kind of status does he have? He personally taught Lin Feng for a whole month, and he carefully arranged everything. Did Ji Russian and Zhu Ling receive such treatment? The whole thing seems ordinary, but it's actually very mysterious. In my opinion, the biggest variable in the Yanling Imperial residence is Lin Feng. That little bastard. Han Lu ground his teeth, and his eyes revealed a murderous glint. He hated Lin Feng to the bone, and he was worried that he wouldn't have a chance to kill him. Now, he could kill two birds with one stone. If this Lin Feng dies in the Yinling imperial residence, everything will be over. The cloaked man's eyes were deep, and he was immersed in the darkness. His voice was cold and emotionless. But if he comes out safe and sound, you know what to do? The cloaked man said coldly, "Don't worry, my lord. I'll do my best." Han Lu knelt on one knee, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Outside the Yinling imperial residence, in front of the rankings, everyone sighed softly. Lin Feng, who had just jumped to second place, was now falling rapidly. Not only was he no longer in second place, but he was also falling out of the top 5. Is this newcomer Lin Feng really just lucky? It must be. Look at him. His points haven't increased at all after so long. There are such people in every batch. They can be glorious for a while, but they can't be glorious forever. I'm afraid this is the end. Everyone spoke one after another, but they were all fence-sitters, swaying to whichever side the wind blew. In fact, they were just here to watch the show and to fight for time. After all, of the 3,000 cultivators who entered the Yinling imperial residence every batch, the top 10 were almost all taken care of by the Yinling myriad tribes, the fierce Yin sect, and the Chiua Palace. And this was the origin of the tripartite balance of power in the Yinling imperial residence. What a long lake cave. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. He thought this was just a small lake cave, but he didn't expect it to be so unfathomable the deeper he went. It was like a bottomless pit, and the entrance was only 3 meters wide and 2 meters high. But now, it was more than 100 meters high and more than 1,000 meters wide. It was already clear to him. This purple star realm is indeed extraordinary. I just don't know what's so special about this lake cave. Lin Feng's expression was calm as he carefully observed his surroundings. The lake water at the entrance of the cave flooded the entire lake cave, but here, there was only a limited amount of lake water left under his feet. This is a sloping lake cave. No, there should be a staircase leading up. Lin Feng's eyes were shining, and he understood. There were still drops of lake water where he landed, and further ahead was a dry land of mud and rocks. It was as if he had entered a whole new area. Step. Lin Feng took a step forward. It felt as if he had crossed an obstacle, a completely different level. There was an inexplicable feeling of shock in his heart. And at this moment, boom, his head shook violently. That was an extremely powerful impact, causing Lin Feng's mind to tremble. Again, Lin Feng's eyes were shining. It was the second time. The first time, he fainted directly from the impact, but this time he could withstand it. Although his life spirit had yet to recover, his mortal soul was almost fully recovered. Moreover, although this force was powerful, it seemed to be superior, but it didn't have any intention of attacking. Or rather, it was just a pure deterrent. The second stage, choose. An awe-inspiring voice suddenly rang out. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Chapter 6:24. Finally, it's here. Ever since he entered the Purple Star Realm, he finally had an opportunity. That ancient voice had a pressure that made people submit. However, Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly as a smile appeared on his face. After searching for so long, he finally found something. The second stage, choose. Lin Feng said silently. However, he was suddenly stunned. He was a little confused and didn't understand. The second stage? Why isn't it the first stage? Although Lin Feng was confused, he didn't think too much about it. The most important thing now wasn't how many stages to pass, but face. Choose? What does choose mean? Lin Feng thought to himself and frowned. However, that old voice didn't sound again. The second stage's mission only had 2 words. There was nothing else. Maybe I can find the answer if I walk forward. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. Soon, Lin Feng understood what the so-called choice meant. There were 2 forks in a lake cave in front of him, and there were 2 statues in front of them. On the left was a muscular man. He was tall and strong, and his muscles looked like they were about to explode. On the right was a thin man. His body was thin, and his eyes shone with spiritual energy. The two statues seemed to mean something. "They're heavenly martial artists and heavenly gods," Lin Feng said. It was a strange feeling. It was as if the answer had already existed in his mind. Although the two statues didn't look special, they seemed to be different from the heavenly martial artists and heavenly gods. "What's different?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. "Oh, I can't describe it." Lin Feng stared at the two statues carefully again, but he still couldn't figure it out. There seemed to be some secrets that he didn't know. However, he didn't know. "Do I have to choose?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. The two statues seemed to have an inexplicable connection with him. Lin Feng knew that it was because he was also a heavenly martial artist and heavenly god. Among them, the heavenly martial artist on the left was more sensitive. The left then. Lin Feng nodded. Following his intuition, there was not much use in making rash judgments at this moment, because he didn't know what kind of result this choice would bring, or what would happen in the future. No matter what, at this moment, he was the strongest. It was the war god. Whoosh! He stepped into the tunnel. It was as if he had entered a huge crystal palace. The surroundings were bright and resplendent. The glass-like lenses in the surroundings reflected the light and intertwined with each other. The brilliance was dazzling and extremely beautiful. "Where is this?" Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect such a change. It was clearly a lake cave, but it had turned into this in an instant. It was too strange. And at this moment, boom! His head suddenly shook, and that familiar pressure came again. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and his chest jumped. He felt a strong pressure that was even stronger than before. The Ancient Warrior Trial begins now. The first segment is the Ancient Martial Artist Aptitude Test. His voice was cold and emotionless. Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. He still hadn't reacted. He didn't understand what an ancient martial artist was. However, it was no longer up to him to think about it. Bang! Bang! Around the Crystal Palace, countless rays of light shot in from all directions. They were densely packed, and there were tens of thousands of them. There was no way to avoid them. In fact, the speed of the rays of light far exceeded Lin Feng's reaction speed. They densely covered the entire space. Bang! 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 Lin Feng's body was instantly penetrated by tens of thousands of rays of light. Lin Feng's expression changed. He finally reacted, but he was weak all over. These rays of light completely froze his body, making him unable to move. There was a strange energy being transmitted in the rays of light, connecting the crystal walls to the surroundings. Many rays of light penetrated out, and in an instant, many rays of light penetrated in. Lin Feng only felt that every inch of his skin and even every cell in his body was exposed. That feeling was as if his entire body and mind were completely open. There were no secrets. As time passed, Lin Feng's heart gradually calmed down. These rays of light seemed frightening and dangerous. They even penetrated his body. But in reality, he did not suffer any harm. There was only some numbing energy flowing in his body, as if there was something extra in his cells. He had an inexplicable feeling that it was a part of his body. Ancient martial artist. What is an ancient martial artist? What is the relationship between an ancient martial artist and a heaven martial artist? Lin Feng pondered and felt a little confused. If it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, he could not avoid it. He could only resign himself to it. The first round, the Ancient Martial Artist Aptitude Test. In other words, there is a second round and a third round. It seems that this Ancient Martial Artist trial is the real second round. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh, the rays of light dispersed, coming and going like the wind. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of rays of light disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the surrounding walls of the Crystal Palace were all shining, like mirrors emitting brilliant light. Before Lin Feng could react, there was a rumbling sound above his head. A tower bell-shaped light shield fell straight down, completely enveloping his body. This time, Lin Feng's eyes were slightly deep, and he felt rather helpless. He did not resist. In fact, he could not resist. He was like a bird in a cage. Ancient martial artist overall aptitude, 77. 5 points. A deep and oppressive voice sounded. Not reaching 80 points. Not qualified. Beginning correction. Lin Feng's eyes widened, and his heart suddenly beat faster. Not qualified? Correction. What was going on? In an instant, Lin Feng understood what the so-called correction was. Z. Z. In a tower bell-shaped light shield, intense rays of light shone, and clusters of electric currents blasted into Lin Feng's body. Every inch of his skin felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Lin Feng's body trembled violently. The real intense pain attacked his heart. His skin felt as if it was being torn apart, and his cells disappeared the moment they were differentiated. His bones seemed to have been broken into pieces, and his internal organs seemed to have been twisted. That was a method that was close to destruction. It was a kind of extreme correction. It was inhumane, just like the torture of torture. Lin Feng's eyes widened. His face was distorted, and his hands turned into claws because he could not clench them into fists. Blue veins popped out, and Lin Feng's face was as pale as death. His trembling body was on the verge of collapse, but there was no trace of blood, because the moment the blood burst out, it turned into nothingness. This was definitely the greatest pain Lin Feng had ever suffered. It was inhumane torture. This kind of pain could even kill people directly. Correction success rate 5%. Correction time 3 minutes. The cold voice still sounded, but Lin Feng could no longer hear any sound. Trapped in the threat of death, Lin Feng faced the most severe test of life and death. 9 deaths and 1 life. Chiyua Palace. Brother Jun, how have you been? A faint voice sounded in the main hall. The man who was immersed in reading a book suddenly raised his head, revealing a faint smile. I didn't know senior brother was coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. The man had a graceful bearing, and there was a hint of heroic spirit between his brows. His appearance was gentle and beautiful. He was the vice palace master of Chiyua Palace, Qianjun. In the center of the main hall, a short-haired man stood indifferently, but no one knew how he appeared. The patriarch of Yanling Myriad Tribe, the strongest person in Yanling Mansion, Juan Macho. All right, cut the formalities, Juan Macho scolded with a smile, and his eyes turned cold. How's the situation now? It's going well. Qianju nodded. The chess pieces that senior brother buried in Chiyua Palace have all emerged, helping me to obtain the position of Palace Master as soon as possible and completely control Chiyua Palace. It's just that. Qianjun paused, and then said, Palace Master suddenly stopped asking about the sex affairs and went into seclusion to cultivate. Those old bastards in the palace are already suspicious. So what if they're suspicious? Juan Macho said indifferently. Those old guys can't possibly find a dead person who's turned into ashes, right? Qianjun shook his head with a smile. Senior brother, you do things swiftly and decisively. Naturally, you won't leave any loopholes, but all right, stop with the but. Can't you change your fussy personality? Juan Macho was speechless. Just say what you want to say. Qianjun smiled apologetically and said, Those old guys are too much of a hindrance. With them around, there's one more obstacle. Senior brother, why don't we find someone to pretend to be the palace master? Wouldn't that be more straightforward? Do you think those old guys are blind? Juan Macho glanced at him. The risk is too great. If we fail, our meticulous plan will be wasted. I'd rather you slowly take control of Chiyua Palace, one step at a time. Haste makes waste. Besides, there's a good opportunity right now. Oh, Qianjun's eyes lit up. I'm stirring up conflict between Fierce Yin School and Chiyua Palace. Juan Macho frowned and said, Once we succeed, Fierce Yin School will be eyeing us covetously. Chiyua Palace will have to protect itself and will need a leader. At that time, Brother Jun, you'll be in the right place at the right time. Senior brother, good plan. Qianjun gave him a thumbs up. I know what to do. Juan Macho looked up, his eyes shining. I'm just afraid that old fox Jean won't fall for it. Qianjun nodded. He knew very well that his senior brother was a dragon among men. No one in the entire Yinling prefecture could compare to him. However, if there was really someone who could compete with Juan Macho, that person would definitely be Ji-Jin. I don't have much time. I'll leave soon. Juan Macho nodded. Senior brother, are you going to break through? Qian-Jun asked in surprise. I can break through at any time. I can't suppress it anymore. Juan Macho shrugged. The Wu tribe won't allow Yinling Prefecture to have a Star Lord. I want to finish this before I leave. Otherwise, once I leave, the Yinling Prefecture will have no successor. At that time, Qian-Jun and Juan Macho sighed softly. Indeed, the Yinling Prefecture had no successor, and Qian-Jun's surname was not Juan. Back then, the ancestors of my Yinling Prefecture passed the ancient god trial in Yinling Prefecture and ruled the entire Yinling Prefecture. How awe-inspiring was that? But now, the Yinling Prefecture has declined to such a state. Juan Macho put his hands behind his back, his eyes full of worry. Chapter 625. 3 minutes. Was short time. But right now, it was even longer than 3 days and 3 nights. Every second was like reincarnation torture to Lin Feng. When the pain was so painful that he couldn't even cry out, one could imagine how much pain he had reached. And the one who suffered this pain was still Lin Feng, who had extremely astonishing endurance. How many times had he been seriously injured? How many times had he been tortured? Lin Feng had never made a sound. But he was on the verge of death. No, I can't die. Father and Xiao need me. Mother, brother, and sister are still waiting for me. I will never give up. Lin Feng's heart was incomparably resolute. His will was even more tenacious to the extreme, tempered into steel. Every second of pain was a test of Lin Feng's unyielding fighting spirit. Perhaps his aptitude was indeed not top-notch, but his state of mind, his willpower, and persistence were definitely rare among people. Faith determined strength. Pada. His body had long been shattered into pieces, like porcelain that had been torn apart. However, Lin Feng used his firm will to gather these fragments together. Perhaps it had indeed been torn apart, but this did not mean that the porcelain itself should be destroyed. Anything, as long as one had the heart, they could find even the only chance of survival. Ding! A clear sound rang out, filled with a sense of joy. The surrounding crystal walls lit up. The electric current in the pagoda bell's light shield came and went quickly, disappearing in an instant. Lin Feng finally made it through the 3 minutes. Correction complete. Ancient Warrior's overall aptitude, 80. 3 points. The first test has been passed. A cold voice resounded in his ears. Lin Feng's consciousness was almost blurred. However, he still relied on his tenacious willpower to hold on. In an instant, the pagoda-shaped light shield emitted a sparkling light, carrying a strong aura of life. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Hua! The life energy seeped into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng, who originally had an extremely strong recovery ability, was now even more beautiful. His shattered body slowly healed, as if he was being rebuilt from the fragments. His skin, meridians, and bones, every single one of them had undergone a process of transformation. Perhaps his ancient martial artist aptitude had only increased from 77. 5 points to 80. 3 points. However, the difference of 8 points was like the difference between heaven and earth. So comfortable. What a strange feeling. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and relaxed his body. Bitterness followed by sweetness. At this moment, Lin Feng finally understood what comfort was. Lin Feng's physical body recovered along with his soul. Lin Feng's strength slowly recovered, and his pale face became rosy again. The crisis had passed. Only when there was danger would there be opportunities. Now he had improved a lot. My body has become much more refined and stronger. A conservative estimate would be around 20%. How strange. Although Lin Feng was unable to move, he could still clearly feel it. At his level of strength, his understanding and control of his body naturally came to him as he wished. Ancient martial artists' overall aptitude, 80. 3 points increased by 2. 8 points. There's actually such a huge difference. Lin Feng felt a bit of disbelief. It was indeed unexpected. In fact, Lin Feng did not know that this so-called overall aptitude was not only evaluated for the war god, but also for the martial god. Although his martial god aptitude was strong and his talent was astonishing, what was being evaluated now was overall aptitude, not just talent. His cultivation of the martial god realm was seriously holding him back. However, many times there were gains and losses. It was not necessarily a bad thing. Bit by bit, Lin Feng's body slowly recovered. The energy in the pagoda-shaped light barrier was extremely magical. It was even better than the curative effect of the phoenix blood. It was an all-round treatment. Ha! Lin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes bright. It's strange. There are no side effects at all. I feel like I was before. Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Normally, after suffering such serious injuries, even if the physical body recovered, the mental trauma would not be so easy to recover. But now, it was as if nothing had happened to him. Hua! The pagoda-shaped light barrier turned into nothingness and disappeared in an instant. Lin Feng returned to the Crystal Palace once again. Almost instantly, that ice-cold voice sounded again. The second test, Ancient Martial Artists Attack Power Tempering. Trial Taker, you have 100 days to shatter the crystal ball in the center of the hall. You will be considered to have completed the test. If you fail, you will die. The clear voice that entered his ears seemed to be talking about an extremely ordinary matter. This was a life and death experience. There was no need to doubt that any Star Realm cultivator was in great danger. Death was a common occurrence in the Star Realm, and in the Purple Star Realm, the probability of death was obviously much higher than in any other Star Realm. Just like the first test just now, Lin Feng's chances of survival were only 5%. However, Lin Feng was rather calm. In fact, in just 3 minutes, he had wandered around the gates of hell several times. Now, he had a full 100 days. What was there to worry about? 100 days? Enough time for a lot of things to happen. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He did not know how difficult the second test was. However, according to his previous calculations, the increase in strength every 100 days could be described with 2 words: leap. Attack power tempering. In other words, increasing attack power. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the center of the crystal hall not far away. There was a crystal ball floating faintly, flickering with a bright light. When he got closer, he saw that the crystal ball was clearly counting down to 100 days. It was quite humane. Let's try it first. Let's see how hard this crystal ball is. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, and his fighting spirit was instantly clear. Just nice, he also wanted to test how strong his body was after being corrected. Bang! The nightmare demon spear vibrated, bringing with it a cold light. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, and the shadow of the nightmare demon appeared behind him, looking extremely ferocious. Ha! Lin Feng's body suddenly changed. 7th gear, he shouted, and faint red starlight instantly condensed. His left elbow shone, and all his meridians were opened. Lin Feng's body entered a wonderful state, and his senses became much clearer. The nightmare demon's spear in his hand was filled with a clear fighting spirit. Lin Feng clenched his fists, and his eyes shone brightly, his aura surging. Throat chakra, Feiming acupoint. His left hand flashed. Along with the Qilin fire spear's flash, a strange red flame boiled. Lin Feng's body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. He was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, soaring into the sky. The violent wind completely condensed on the tip of the spear, and Lin Feng's strength suddenly burst forth. The spear intent was explosive, and it was perfectly executed. Lin Feng's spear was even stronger than before. Fireworks spear execution. Lin Feng shouted coldly. Lin Feng's aura surged, and his battle intent surged. Then he thrust out his spear, which was like the dome of the sky. Back then, he had used this to kill 10,000 dried bones. Boom! There was a crazy explosion. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with an unyielding fighting spirit, and the Nightmare Demon Spear's power was unleashed to the extreme. Clang! A crisp sound shook people's lungs. Puff! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, and the strong reaction force caused him to crash into the crystal wall at the edge. His whole body was spinning, and his head was buzzing, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. The web between his thumb and index finger was torn, and his left hand drooped down. He was severely injured. However, the crystal ball in the center of the Crystal Palace was unscathed. It was to the extent that there wasn't even the slightest bit of fragment left behind. Only a tiny scratch mark was left behind. Amazing, amazing indeed. After a long while, Lin Feng finally recovered. Although he did not have Tower Bell's light shield to heal him, his phoenix blood was enough. Reaching out his hand, Lin Feng stroked the shining crystal ball, feeling the dense structure, and fell into deep thought. Too much difference. If I want to break this crystal ball, my attack power will have to increase by at least 10 times, or even more than 10 times. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he was clear in his heart. Although the attack just now failed, it was not without results. At least he knew how big the gap was between him and this crystal ball. 100 days. I have to increase my attack power by more than 10 times. It seems to be a very challenging task. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, but did not panic. Since it was a trial, and since this task had appeared, it meant that he definitely had the ability to achieve it. However, right now he had to find a way first. Lin Feng's eyes were burning, and in a split second, he looked at the sparkling crystal walls on all sides. The entire Crystal Palace, except for the crystal ball in the center, was filled with these mysterious and unknown crystal walls. Just now, he could not break this crystal wall in the slightest with such a huge force, which was enough to show its wonders. I think the path I want to take should be inside. Lin Feng's mouth curved indifferently. Fiercian Sect, Main Hall. Master, let's go kill those sons of bitches from the Chiua Palace. Protector Long roared. I agree. To think that we thought of the Chiua Palace as an ally. We helped them several times, but they did not succeed. Seventh Elder was fuming. I didn't expect the Chiua Palace to stab us in the back. Who can tolerate this? Yes, Master. We also agree. In the main hall, the voices of war rose and fell, and all the protectors and masters were stirred up. Indeed, the matter at the Yinling residence this time was really too big. Fiercian's sect had lost all face. With his hands behind his back, Ji Jin raised his head and puffed out his chest, looking extraordinary. His heroic eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. Facing the already boiling crowd, Ji Jin still maintained a calm heart. Turning his head, Ji Jin looked at Ma Kuan and smiled indifferently. Was it my disciple Lin Feng who saved you? Ma Kuan was flattered. Yes, yes, master. Ji Jin nodded. I know. Looking around at the crowd, Ji Jin's eyes brightened. From today onwards, no one is allowed to leave Fiercian's sect. Without my order, anyone who leaves Fiercian's sect will be treated as a traitor. In an instant, the noisy main hall quieted down. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Ji Jin to give such a command. Master, Second Elder frowned and stepped forward. No need to say more. Ji Jin's voice was not loud, but it was resolute and unquestionable. Today I, Ji Jin, am the master. I am in charge of Fiercian's sect. Anyone who dares to speak rashly and disobey will be punished for the crime of colluding with the enemy and imprisoned. Seventh Elder, your subordinate is here. Seventh Elder stepped forward. You are fully in charge of this matter. Ji Jin's eyes brightened. Is there a problem? Looking at Ji Jin's eyes, Seventh Elder opened his mouth and closed it again. He cupped his hands and said, Your subordinate obeys. Ji Jin nodded. His gaze swept across the stunned crowd in the main hall. He did not say anything else and left with a flick of his sleeves. He left behind the excited Dharma protectors and faction masters looking at each other in dismay. Chapter 626. There were a lot of crystal walls here. Every crystal wall shone with a faint light, but they were as smooth as a mirror. There was nothing on them. 100 days. It can't be that they want me to practice alone in this empty place, right? Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He knew very well, since the mysterious voice said that it was a trial. How could there be no arrangement for an ancient warrior's trial? If that was the case, it would be more appropriate to say that it was a survival than a trial. It was easier said than done to increase his attack power by more than 10 times in 100 days. He would definitely need the help of external objects. Therefore, there was an 80 to 90% chance that this crystal palace contained a secret. Bang! Lin Feng put his right hand on the crystal wall. His eyes were shining. It was smooth and smooth to the touch. It looked no different from an ordinary crystal. But how could an ordinary crystal be so tough? Let's give it a try. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lin Feng clenched his right hand into a fist and gathered his strength. He suddenly shouted. With a strong fist wind, he punched the crystal wall. This time, he was much more obedient. Bang! He stepped back and his right fist went numb. It is indeed tough. Lin Feng smiled. The material of the crystal wall was similar to the crystal ball in the center. It would be impossible for him to destroy it. But what's the secret? Lin Feng thought for a while. His eyes were shining. He flashed and put his right hand on the crystal wall again. A red light flashed and a strong astral power was injected. But there was no reaction. Again, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A wisp of soul power entered, but it was blocked as if it had touched the light wall. Again, it failed. It's neither astral power nor soul power. This crystal wall. Lin Feng's right hand was still on the crystal wall. He frowned and thought, but he didn't notice that the crystal wall suddenly flashed with a faint light. Lin Feng felt a little suspicious. Before he could react, his body suddenly became light and he was lifted off the ground. The surrounding environment suddenly changed. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Oh! With a puzzled voice, Lin Feng looked around. It was as if he had entered a three-dimensional space and was stepping on an imaginary cube. The surroundings were made up of countless cubes, forming a neatly structured area. Just as he was about to move, light suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. 3 positions in front of him flashed with light, and 3 imaginary figures appeared in an instant. All 3 of them had the same physique, and each of them had a long spear in their hands. As they brandished it, the spear's bodies were like thunder, rumbling unceasingly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he stood in place. Chi! 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 Spear shadows bloomed, shattering the heavens and shaking the earth. Every inch of the spear shadow was shining brightly. The 3 people's spear tips contained a deep and sinister light. Along with the thrusting of the long spear, the light burst out and filled the sky. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. The star force has been infused into the tip of the spear. What a powerful spear art! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He only felt a little incredulous. His star control had reached the 7th grade, and he could perfectly infuse the star force into his attacks. But to completely infuse the star force like a storm, the gap between their realms was too big. This level of star control left him in the dust. But, since I can infuse the storm into the spear art, why can't I infuse the flame into the spear art? In terms of control and power, the power of my flame is far superior to the power of the storm. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and an idea popped up in his mind. All this time, he had only been controlling the flame to increase the power. He had never considered fusing it with the spear art. But now, he finally realized his mistake. Adding the power of the flame and the spear art complement each other. But the power can't be compared to the perfect fusion of the two. Just the concentrated power of the flame and the explosion of the spear art can more than double the power of the attack. Lin Feng's heart trembled, but his eyes were still fixed in front of him. The 3 silhouettes danced with their spears, creating a strong wind. The 3 different spear arts were performed, each with their own strengths. But they were like stairs, one after another, continuous and connected. It should be 1 move, 3 moves. The power is not bad. It can be compared to my flame spear art. No, it's even better. But it's slightly inferior to the flame spear art. Lin Feng nodded, secretly understanding. Although the spear art was good, it was useless to him now. After performing the complete spear art, Lin Feng's vision blurred again, and he instantly returned to the Crystal Palace. Oh, looking at the crystal wall, Lin Feng was deep in thought. These crystal walls indeed have a big secret. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth rose. What he touched just now was only a small piece of the crystal wall. There were at least 1,000 of them in this crystal palace. 100 days. I think it should be enough. Lin Feng nodded, and his eyes lit up. In the crystal palace, each crystal wall had an independent space. Learning space, sparring space, cultivation space, etc. There was everything here. It was indeed as Lin Feng had expected. This was a training ground, and it wasn't a hopeless situation where one would be forced to die. As long as one had enough talent, as long as one worked hard, and as long as one chose the right path, it was not impossible to pass the second trial. It's this spear art. The spear form is strong enough, but the spear intent is slightly inferior. If I can match it with the spear intent of the 6th wooden sculpture, the spear art's power will definitely be 10 times stronger than the flame spear art. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he stared at the 4 silhouettes dancing in front of him. 1 spear removes all the spear forms. After searching for a long time, he finally found the spear art that suited him the most. Most importantly, he had absolute confidence that he could complete this spear art within 100 days. It was better to learn well than to learn much. Lin Feng could vaguely feel that this wooden sculpture seemed to contain something. Right now, the spear intent of the 5 spear arts was rising steadily and connected, as if they were connected. The comprehension of the spear intent was like walking on a staircase. With every step, the distance to the next step would be closer. Compared to starting from the beginning, the time spent was undoubtedly much less. Comprehend the 6th spear. Then perfectly control the flames of Swanee shadow and merge it into the spear art. I have 100% confidence in breaking the crystal ball in the middle. Lin Feng closed his eyes and immersed himself in the world of spear arts. He didn't know anything else, but his comprehension of the spear. He was extremely confident. Outside the Yanling royal residence, the number of martial artists who failed to return from the Yanling royal residence was getting fewer and fewer. As time passed, the first batch of martial artists who failed and were eliminated had all left. The remaining ones were either elites or those who knew their limits. Look, that Lin Feng has fallen out of the top 20. What's wrong with him? Why didn't his points move at all? Could it be that he died? Who knows? Who cares? Everyone was in a heated discussion. Lin Feng's appearance was short-lived, but everyone was talking about it enthusiastically. Every year, there were many such people. In fact, no one cared too much about it. They just treated it as a show. Over at the Fierce Yin sect, the Great Elder's expression was still ugly, but it was much better than before. At least, the current Fierce Yin sect disciples were either injured or dead, but the frequency had decreased by a lot. It was unlike before, where one came out after a while, and almost all of them were seriously injured and on the verge of death. These were the elite disciples of the Fierce Yin sect. Witnessing it with his own eyes was even more heart-wrenching. I wonder how many disciples are still alive. I hope they can all be safe. The Great Elder prayed in his heart, feeling a sense of helplessness. Now, he couldn't do anything. The 4th heaven. Senior brother, there's no more. Zhongbai spread his hands. Yeah, only those idiots with radars can find us. Golden Cicada curled his lips and said, Fei Luming's eyes deepened. What a pity. There were only a few radars in total. Even if Fei Luming and the other 2 were scheming, they couldn't find anyone. After all, the 4th heaven was huge. How could they find it without a map? Half a month had passed. They turned on the radars, but there were no more light spots. The fierce Yin sect disciples had either been killed, fled, or abandoned the locator. The situation in the fourth heaven had gradually calmed down, as if the storm had stopped. It was all because of one person, Lin Feng. It was Lin Feng who saved countless fierce Yin sect disciples with his own strength. If he hadn't discovered the radars and killed Wan Gu, the situation would have been different. And at this moment, after wiping out the third heaven, Wan Gu finally entered the fourth heaven. His lean face was solemn. His body was thin but extremely strong. His eyes exuded a domineering aura. Can you tell me what's going on? Wan Gu's expression was calm as he picked up the radar in his hand. Please forgive me, Captain. Wan Feng knelt on one knee, cold sweat dripping down. Tell me everything you know from the very beginning. Wan Gu's expression was cold, and his voice was emotionless. It was as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Yes, yes, Captain. Wan Feng nodded repeatedly. Soon after, his saliva flew everywhere as he slowly explained the development of the matter. 15 minutes later, number 32, Lin Feng, he killed Wan Gu and over 100 clansmen all by himself. Wan Gu's eyes narrowed. He was slightly surprised. I didn't expect fierce Yin sect to have such a talent. Wan Gu said indifferently with a faint smile. You said he's dead now? Yes, yes, Wan Feng said quickly. Wan Gu nodded. His eyes sparkled. What a pity. There was a hint of regret in his voice. Wan Gu slowly reached out and placed his hand on Wan Feng's shoulder. Wan Feng exclaimed softly. He looked up at Wan Gu in confusion. Suddenly, crack! Wan Gu's right hand was like a steel claw. His strength penetrated straight into Wan Feng's body. Ah! Wan Feng screamed. He was in great pain. But in the next moment, crack! Wan Gu's right hand crushed Wan Feng's throat. Blood splattered everywhere. There were no more screams. Only Wan Feng, whose eyes were bulging in shock, fell to the ground in disbelief. He didn't even know how he died. Trash, Wan Gu said coldly as he wiped the blood off his face. Let's go. Chapter 6:27. Peace returned to the Yinling royal residence. A piece of rat poop spoiled the entire pot of soup. The Yinling clan's originally detailed plan had gone awry because of Wan Gu's selfishness. Even if Wan Gu had the ability to reach the heavens, it would not be easy to succeed against the fierce Yin sect martial artists who were already wary. Most importantly, the remaining fierce Yin sect martial artists were all elites among elites. It would not be easy to take advantage of them, and Wan Gu could not expose his identity as a member of the Yinling clan. The mission was clear that the biggest prerequisite was not to expose his identity. As for whether he could complete the mission perfectly, that was secondary. Outside the Yinling royal residence, the scoreboard was filled with competition. Not only the top 10, but the top 100 positions could change in an instant. There were also many who were as lucky as Lin Feng and instantly climbed to the top. There were also many who, as more and more martial artists entered the fourth heaven, gained less and less points, and were overtaken by the latecomers. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed in the fourth heaven. At this time, Lin Feng had already disappeared from the scoreboard and disappeared from everyone's sight. Gradually, he was forgotten and forgotten. The most talked about topic was Zhu Ling and Ru Ming, who were fighting for the first place on the scoreboard. The battle between Chiyue Palace and Fierce Yin sect seemed to be getting more and more interesting. A month's time was very short. In the Purple Star realm, time was synchronized with the fourth heaven. Lin Feng's 100-day trial had also passed by a third. Clang! The nightmare demon spear shook. It was Lin Feng, who was in the midst of training. His eyes suddenly lit up. A strange feeling emerged in his heart and entered the bottom of his heart. The nightmare demon spear in his hand was like an arm, and he could control it freely. He was practicing the sixth spear. Lin Feng did not expect happiness to come so suddenly. Boom! The spear intent exploded. Lin Feng's eyes glowed with a sharp light. It was a fierce aura. The aura was unusually strong. I didn't expect that I would be the first to break through before comprehending the sixth spear. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. The nightmare demon spear in his hand made a soft hum, like a naughty child, and buzzed endlessly. Advanced 1 with the spear, expert realm. In terms of the performance of spear intent, uninitiated level 1, beginner level 2, proficient level 5, and proficient level 10. A full tenfold increase in spear intent. I've finally reached the top. Master's foresight is indeed divine. He had long guessed that my spear technique would reach a bottleneck during this trip. Lin Feng smiled, not feeling surprised. When he saw his comrade die in front of him for the first time, his spear technique had reached expert level in a very short period of time. Now, he had found that feeling again. It was a very comfortable feeling. Everything entered his heart. It will be difficult for me to break through the advanced level of human spear unity. You need enough opportunities and opportunities. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't think too much about it for the time being. There was no need to deliberately pursue the realm of the spear. As long as one's spear art was strong enough and one's understanding of the spear was deep enough, one's spear art realm would naturally break through when the time was right. And now, that was the case. The higher the realm of the spear, the deeper the understanding of the spear. Many times, it was like a line that connected two ends, complementing each other and having a close relationship with each other. When he comprehended the sixth spear, many things that he couldn't figure out seemed to have suddenly become clear. Many things that were difficult to understand seemed to have been enlightened. With a scorching light in his eyes, Lin Feng quickly immersed himself in the comprehension of the spear technique again. It's like this. So the sixth spear is like this. His eyes were bright, and Lin Feng was extremely happy. He felt that this spear, which would have taken him dozens of days to fully comprehend, not long after, he would be able to completely create it. 10 days. In just 10 days. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes sparkled. The nightmare demon spear in his hand danced, and bright flowers bloomed one after another. It seemed plain, but there seemed to be a strange pattern. With his eyes shining, Lin Feng's left hand shook slightly. In an instant, the 6 blooming flowers were pierced in an instant. The spear was silent. It condensed all the sound into the spear move. Form and intent had reached an extremely unfathomable realm. It's about time. After comprehending it for 10 days, the 6th spear has already taken shape. The rest will be completed by actual combat. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately took a step forward. His right hand pressed against a crystal wall that was slightly different in shape, and his figure immediately entered it. A sparring space. Every crystal wall was connected to a space. At this moment, Lin Feng had entered a space with a powerful sparring opponent. It was the same man in spear, and his aura was domineering. Last time, I lost miserably to you, but this time, I will definitely not lose again. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, and he was full of confidence. It was not only because his spear intent had increased by a level, but also because his 6th spear, he was already ready to attack. Come on. The nightmare demon spear rang, and Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. Like an arrow leaving the bow, Lin Feng sped forward and peered straight at the crystal person in front of him. His aura was booming. It's this feeling. That's right, this is it. Lin Feng held his spear and fought. The more he fought, the brighter his eyes became. Fighting was the best place to comprehend and cultivate, especially in such a battle where one's strength was on par with the other. To defeat the opponent, he had to make a breakthrough in the battle. Pa, 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 the spear danced. The nightmare demon spear's speed became faster and faster, and the spear danced more and more densely. Lin Feng seemed to be searching for that feeling, for that opportunity, the most perfect point where the spear's shape and spear intent were condensed at the same point. Chi. The crystal person's spear was as fast as the wind. It pierced through Lin Feng's spear, dashing out like a venomous snake. The force was violent, as if it could seal off everything. The spear intent was filled with a fierce and domineering aura. In that instant, Lin Feng's hair stood on end. He felt an extremely dangerous feeling. His body seemed to be trembling slightly, but the nightmare demon spear in his left hand was filled with fighting spirit. In his mind, the blurry figure gradually became clear. Under the pressure and the stimulation of the enemy's violent attacks, all obstacles disappeared, and all distance was no longer distance. I understand. So this is the feeling. Lin Feng's slightly closed eyes lit up, and the nightmare demon spear in his hand turned into a light shadow. A formless spear intent condensed behind him. There was no sound, not even the feeling of breaking through the wind. However, Lin Feng's spear pierced out directly, like the breaking of dawn clouds. Chi! It was launched later, but arrived first. The light shadow pierced the crystal person's throat, and all the power was released in an instant, like thousands of flowers blooming together. Bang! The scene before Lin Feng's eyes changed instantly, and he returned from the crystal wall. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spear danced like the wind, and Lin Feng's eyes were burning. He didn't stop for even a moment. It wasn't easy for him to find this feeling, so how could he not perfect it and master it completely? 2 days and 2 nights. Lin Feng was completely crazy and obsessed. The 6th spear move that he comprehended during the battle was extremely powerful, far surpassing the 5th spear move, the firework spear art. Whoosh! There was only light shadow and no spear. Lin Feng's movement stopped, and he held the nightmare demon spear with one hand. The flickering changes in his eyes had disappeared, and it was replaced by a deep radiance. He had finally mastered the 6th spear move, exchanging spear speed for power. This move, when combined with the left hand's human acupoint in actual combat, will definitely be extremely terrifying. I can only see light shadow when I use the spear. Even I can't see the body of the spear. I'll name it Light Shadow Spear Art. Lin Feng thought to himself, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With this spear move, coupled with his breakthrough in spear arts, even if he couldn't master the mystery of the fusion of flames, it would be easy for him to break the crystal ball in the middle. However, there's no hurry. There's still a long way to go before 100 days. Lin Feng nodded. This purple star realm is full of danger, and I can't be careless. I'm only at the 2nd checkpoint, and it will only get harder and harder. I'll make good use of the remaining time to cultivate. The stronger I am, the greater my chances of passing the trial. With burning eyes, Lin Feng's thoughts became firm. Perhaps the Yinling royal residence really needed him at this moment. However, the Purple Star realm wasn't ordinary. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life here. If he couldn't even protect his life, how could he save the other martial artists from Fiercian's sect? Moreover, he needed power now. Enough power. Cultivating crazily. Lin Feng didn't want to waste a single second, and he was completely immersed in the world of cultivation. In this crystal palace, every crystal wall had a special existence and meaning. Many of them could increase the speed of cultivation, absorption of astral power, and so on. Lin Feng knew very well that when a Star Sea level martial artist reached a certain level, astral power would become the biggest difference between their strength. If he couldn't keep up, he would definitely be controlled by others. The 7th level of astral power would increase one's physical strength by 6 times. When astral power was integrated into one's attack, it would greatly increase the attack power. As for the 8th level of astral power, not only would it increase one's physical strength by 8 times, the additional attack power of astral power would be perfect. Compared to the 7th level of astral power, one could control 10 times more astral power and integrate it into every attack. What did it mean? 10 times more astral power control. As for the 9th level of astral power, it was needless to say. Hard work paid off. Lin Feng put in all his effort to cultivate. Finally, when there was only 1 day left before the 100-day time limit, Lin Feng had broken through. Rich astral power entered his body, increasing the strength of his original astral power. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and his expression was filled with joy. After working so hard for so long, there was finally a reward. His body suddenly exploded. Lin Feng's eyes were shining with starlight, and the nightmare demon spear on his back was vibrating continuously. The 9th level of astral power. Crystal ball, here I come. Lin Feng smiled faintly. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up, and his eyes were filled with confidence. Compared to 100 days ago, he was like a completely different person. Break! The nightmare demon spear turned into a ray of light. Under the eruption of astral power and the perfect performance of the light shadow spear art, the crystal ball was no longer able to resist and shattered. Lin Feng's spear was more than 10 times stronger than when he first stepped in here. As the crystal ball shattered, the familiar voice sounded in his ears again. There are 2 more chapters. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival in advance. Chapter 628. The third item, Ancient Warrior Defense Tempering. Trial Taker, you have 100 days to raise your defense to 1,000 and you will pass. If you fail, you will die. The environment in front of him changed. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was now in another crystal palace. It was very strange. In the center of the crystal palace, there was no crystal ball. Instead, there was a cylindrical light body, shining with a faint light. The surrounding crystal walls were still there, but the shape and color were slightly different from before. However, the size of the crystal palace did not change. Defense increased to 1,000, Lin Feng murmured. His gaze fell on the cylindrical light body. No matter how he looked at it, it was the strangest thing. Defense can be tested too? Let's give it a try. Lin Feng's expression was filled with curiosity. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the cylindrical light body. With the second segment, the ancient martial artist attack tempering, he had a vague understanding of the ancient martial artist trial. Maybe the trials were very dangerous, but the effect was very good. If he could stimulate his potential, as long as he could pass these trials, his strength would increase tremendously. 185? Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Looking at the number in front of him, he frowned slightly. He did not expect that his defense would be so far away from 1,000. Luckily, I spent some time to increase the number of stars in the last round of attack power tempering. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly as he felt lucky. Luckily, he had the foresight. Otherwise, it would not be a joke to raise his defense from 185 to 1,000. Defense and attack were not the same. Body defense is divided into 2 parts. The first is the body's original defense, determined by the body's foundation and strength level. The second is the defense built for the release of star power, determined by star control. Although my star level has reached the 8th level, my star control is still at the 7th level. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. If I can upgrade my star power to the 8th grade, not only will my body power increase from 6 times to 8 times, but I will also be able to release and control my star power by 10 times. At that time, it is not impossible for my defense to reach 1,000. Lin Feng immediately made his decision. Since he had a goal, there was no need to hesitate. Let's first find a cultivation space that can enhance the sensitivity of the star power. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he caught a glimpse of a diamond-shaped crystal wall. There doesn't seem to be much of a difference in their shape. Let's take a look. Lin Feng nodded and his figure flashed. Pressing his right hand against the crystal wall, Lin Feng instantly entered the crystal wall. He was surrounded by a dense, starry sky, and he felt incomparably refreshed. It was as if he had entered the starry sky territory, and the astral power in his body had become active. Closing his eyes, his entire body radiated a sense of comfort. My luck is not bad. The crystal walls of this crystal palace are not much different from the previous one. Let's do it here. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Feng instantly focused his mind. As he comprehended the original star power, his aura became more profound. Cultivation began. Chiyua Palace. This old fox is really infuriating. Qian Jun gritted his teeth in hatred. Ji Jin is indeed Ji Jin. Juan Macho smiled slyly. He's coping with changes by remaining unchanged. Although it's embarrassing to hide in Li Yin's sect, it's indeed the best way. Now, let alone enter. Even those who sneak in can't even take half a step out of Li Yin's sect's gate. Humph. Qianjun's eyes revealed a hint of jealousy. I'll send people everywhere to spread rumors. Let's see how long Li Yin's sect can endure. It's useless. Juan Macho said slowly. No one knows what that old fox is up to. Since he's chosen to stay, I'm afraid he's already planning a retreat. So we're going to let him do as he pleases? Qianjun said unwillingly. For the time being, I'm afraid it's really difficult to deal with this old fox. Juan Macho sighed softly. To be honest, unless I have no other choice, I really don't want to fight with Li Yin's sect. This isn't a good thing for the thousands of tribes in Yinling. Even if we swallow Li Yin's sect, we'll probably suffer great losses. Besides, I keep feeling that something will happen. I'm uneasy. Juan Macho's eyes were bright. Senior brother, then we... Qianjun frowned. I'll send people to keep an eye on Li Yin's sect. Juan Macho nodded seriously. Don't worry about this. Now that your status is special, focus all your attention on dealing with those old farts in Chiyue Palace. As soon as possible, you must obtain all control of Chiyue Palace within a year. Because, Juan Macho sighed softly, I can only stay for another year at most. Yes, senior brother, Qianjun said respectfully. The fourth heaven. In the blink of an eye, 111 days had passed. In fact, in the last few days, the accumulation of points of the martial artists had become slower and slower, forming a trend of rapid decline. Many martial artists had long set their sights on the Star Realm and Cloud Realm. They were either training or cultivating. They were very happy. At this time, the 1,000 days that completely belonged to the fourth heaven finally began. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. The color of the sky changed, bringing about a completely different feeling. It was as if an invisible door was slowly opening in the sky. It's finally here. Zhu Ling raised his head, his eyes bright. Behind him gathered the elites of the first team, which was the strongest team of Fierce Yin School at the moment. With the sound of thunder, it meant that the fourth heaven had truly entered the era of separation of heroes. Every day, a star general or a treasure would descend, as well as all kinds of star soldiers and monsters that contained earth fragments and treasures. All the martial artists fought for it with their strength. There was no more luck. The first place this year will definitely be me. A woman in tight clothes looked up at the sky, her eyes full of pride. Behind her, countless elites of Chiyue Palace gathered. She was the current first place on the scoreboard, Ru Meng. In another corner of the fourth heaven, Wan Gu, who led countless experts of the Yinling tribe, looked up at the sky with his hands behind his back, but no one knew what he was thinking. The fourth heaven began the real competition. In the competition between the strong, the weak could only be eliminated. Fierce battles could be seen everywhere. Some were fierce battles with star soldiers and star generals, and some were clashes between martial artists fighting for treasures. The entire fourth heaven could be said to be filled with the flames of war. At this time, in the Purple Star Realm, Lin Feng was calm. Cultivate, and cultivate again. Lin Feng skillfully controlled the star power and kept practicing. There was no shortcut. Like controlling flames, controlling the star power required not only strength but also skill. The seventh gear controlled 1 time of the star power, and the 8th gear controlled 10 times of the star power. The difficulty increased by more than 10 times. But at the same time, once the star power reached the 8th gear, the increase in strength would be more than 10 times. Every effort, every gain. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. In the crystal palace that had been empty, a figure finally appeared. Lin Feng, with a faint smile, broke out of seclusion. The 8th gear, star power. Let's give it a try. Let's see if my defense can reach 1,000. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. Stepping in, Lin Feng entered the cylindrical light body. Suddenly, rays of light appeared around him, and the cylindrical light body bloomed with a bright luster. The test began in an instant. Star power, 8th gear, Lin Feng shouted suddenly. In an instant, red light shone. His body suddenly expanded, and his muscles bulged. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with extreme light. The increase was 8 times. The faint red light condensed into a solid body, shining brightly outside his body. Compared to the 7th gear, the density and brightness were far better. The star power was denser. Most importantly, his body's defense had increased. 10 times the amount of star power poured into his body, creating a defense that was 10 times more than the 7th gear. Boom! His body was violently squeezed. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with intense light. He gritted his teeth and shouted coldly, 925. What a pity. Lin Feng looked at the number in front of him and sighed. It was only 1 step away from 1,000, but it was as difficult as climbing the sky. Although his defense had increased greatly from 185 to 925, it was still not enough to pass the test. Stepping out of the cylindrical light body, Lin Feng shook his head and frowned. It's too difficult to reach the 9th gear star power. Not to mention that I have to reach the 9th gear for star control. This path can be completely ruled out. Then, there is only one way left. Lin Feng sighed softly. His eyes flickered. The only way was to increase his strength from the 8th level to the 9th level. Now, there are only 80 days left. There should be enough time. I just need to find a suitable space for cultivation. The problem is, if I can increase my strength to the 9th level, can I really increase my score to more than 1,000? This question popped up in Lin Feng's mind, but he wasn't sure. One wrong move, and the whole game would be lost. After all, this was a trial of life and death. He couldn't afford to waste time. But now, there was no other way. I have to give it a try. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. First, I have to find a good space for cultivation. Nodding, Lin Feng glanced at the crystal walls. Suddenly, Lin Feng was stunned. Wait, something was wrong. In the second round of attack tempering, every crystal wall exists to increase attack. Then, in the third round of defense tempering, every crystal wall should exist to increase defense. Thinking of this, Lin Feng clapped his hands. His eyes flickered. I'm afraid I misunderstood. The third round of Ancient Warriors is defense tempering, not physical strength tempering. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Slowly, he said, other than increasing the number of stars, star control, strength level, and physical foundation, there should be a third or even a fourth way. If my guess is correct, the way is in the crystal walls. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His figure flashed, and in a split second, he landed on one of the crystal walls. His right hand pressed against it. Whoosh! Lin Feng instantly entered. Chapter 629. As expected, I did misunderstand. Coming out of another crystal wall with a bitter smile, Lin Feng shook his head. Just as he had expected, there were indeed a third and fourth method in this third test, and this method was described in detail in the crystal wall. Using the origin energy to form a shield. Cultivating a secret technique. Using Gangqi to infiltrate the muscles to strengthen the defense. Lin Feng pondered in his heart, deep in thought. This was the third and fourth method for ancient martial artists to strengthen their defense. In fact, most of the records on the crystal wall were more or less the same, and they could not escape from these two main topics. This ancient martial artist combines the power and techniques of the war god and martial god. If I'm not wrong, ancient martial artists might be like me, cultivating both the war god and martial god. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and a trace of joy rose in his heart. The ancient martialist trial seemed to be tailor-made for him. It was extremely useful. Cultivating a secret technique, using Gangqi to infiltrate the body, is the war god technique. Using the origin energy to condense a shield outside the body is the martial god technique. For me, the latter should be easier to cultivate and easier to unleash its power. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. No matter what, he was best at controlling flames. Perhaps the flame of rebirth and the flame of devouring were slightly behind, but the shadow of Swan Ni could make up for it for the time being. Once a flame shield was formed, As long as the flames were not extinguished, the shield would last forever. It was very suitable for him, who was good at protracted battles. As for Gang Chi entering the body, his body was already strong enough compared to martial artists of the same level. Whether or not Gang Chi entered the body was not too important. It's settled then. I'll choose one of the shield techniques to cultivate. The most important thing is that my secret clone can also control flames, and my main body can absorb and refine star stones. Killing two birds with one stone. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Don't put all your eggs in the same basket. With enough time, he could advance together. This way, his efficiency would multiply. There was plenty of time. There were still 80 days left of the 100 days of the trial. To Lin Feng, 80 days was a rather long period of time. It was enough for his strength to take a big leap forward. So this is the shield technique. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Flames rose from his hands as he skillfully arranged them. In an instant, they formed an orderly formation, forming an indestructible rhombus-shaped flame shield. This seemed to be an extremely difficult process, but for someone like him who could control flames with ease, it was too simple, too easy. It only took 3 days. There should be a more difficult and profound shield technique. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. This was something that he already knew from the second round of tempering his attacking power. There were different kinds of spear techniques. Some were easy to understand, while others were complex and difficult to understand. They were suitable for different types of martial artists. If the second trial was like this, could it be that the third trial was different? Naturally, that was impossible. One by one. Take your time. I have plenty of time anyway. Lin Feng's eyes were burning, but he was not in a hurry. At this moment, he had already learned one of the shield techniques. Perhaps the increase in his defense wasn't much, but if he wanted to increase his score from 925 to over 1,000, it wouldn't be difficult. There was no need to try. He could be 100% sure. After a full day and night, Lin Feng had probed all the crystal walls. This is it. With a glimmer in his eyes, Lin Feng's lips curled up. The shield of the flame dragon is extremely powerful, but it requires an extremely strong control over flames. More importantly, it requires a huge amount of origin energy to back it up. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly as he said, faintly, "Moreover, it has a unique characteristic. If you can control 2 types of flames, you can unleash the strongest power of the shield of the flame dragon." It was just right for him. Warning, this shield technique is extremely difficult to learn. If you're not confident, do not try. Thinking about the warning he received when he entered the crystal wall, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile faintly. He was afraid that it wasn't difficult enough, that it wasn't challenging enough. Even if I don't learn it in the remaining 77 days, it doesn't matter. After leaving, I can still continue to cultivate. Anyway, I can already pass the third trial now. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He was very clear in his heart. He wasn't afraid of the difficulty of learning the technique. The most important thing was whether it was useful to him. If it was useful, it would be worth it no matter how much time he spent. The fourth heaven, killing, filled the sky. In order to fight for the treasure, everyone was giving their all. If the previous 100 days were just the 1,000 wild goose tribe and the fierce goose sect, then now involved all 3,000 warriors who entered the Wild Goose Peak imperial residence. There was no need to give any face. Whoever had the biggest fist and the strongest trump card would be the boss. People died for wealth, and birds died for food. In this place, it was normal to be severely injured and die. Every gain comes with a loss. If one wanted to obtain a treasure, how could there be no price? There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everyone had their own fate. Let's fight. The messier the fight, the better. Then no one will suspect their deaths. There was a hint of coldness in Wan Gu's eyes, which were sparkling with cold light. Hovering in the air, Wan Gu watched the dozens of people fighting over a 7-star spiritual treasure. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He was like a high and mighty king looking down on the people below. Wan Gu's strength was above everyone. and he was indeed qualified to do so. He didn't participate in the fight, even if it was just a treasure that was within his reach. Because to Wan Gu, this wasn't his goal. His goal was he was Wu Song, an expert from the Fierce Goose sect, the vice captain of the 5th Squad, ranked 50th on the scoreboard. Bang! Bang! It was a chaotic battle. Although Wu Song was strong, the other warriors weren't weak either. Wu Song couldn't withstand the combined attacks of the crowd and quickly retreated from the fight. However, in an instant, a ghostly voice sounded behind him. In an instant, wolf howls sounded in his ears. What? Wu Song was stunned, and his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he was already in the independent space of the domain-type spirit treasure. In front of him, a calm figure slowly walked out with a cold expression. Wangu. Wu Song was completely stunned. In less than 10 seconds, whoosh, there was a flash of cold light, and Wangu disappeared without a trace. One of the top experts of the Fierce Yin school had already died completely. Like Wan Suigu, Wangu also had an 8-star domain-type spirit treasure, Song Lang's Mirror. However, there was a huge difference between the two. Wan Suigu's 8-star domain-type spirit treasure was borrowed, but Wangu's spirit treasure was completely his. Because he deserved it. Time passed day by day. Under Wangu's slow killing, the number of Fierce Goose sect disciples decreased little by little, and it didn't attract any attention. This method was time-consuming and slow, and it had to be done personally. If it was used on Wan Suigu, he wouldn't use it even if he was beaten to death. However, Wangu carried it out calmly, like a calm hunter who carefully hunted his prey. He had great patience. He was like a foolish old man moving a mountain, but his efficiency was extremely high. Moreover, the mission was completely confidential, and there were no loopholes. Under Wangu's command, as long as they were targeted by him, no one would be able to escape. This was the best hunter. The difference between Wan Suigu and Wangu was more than 10 million miles. He deserved to die. In the Purple Star Realm, Lin Feng was still undergoing the test. He calmly passed the 3rd trial, Ancient Martial Artist Defense Tempering. At this moment, Lin Feng was preparing for the 4th trial. Every trial seemed to be extremely difficult, but to those who were willing, it was just one step at a time, and it wouldn't be too ridiculous. Of course, Lin Feng's aptitude and talent were enough. Otherwise, how could his strength increase so quickly? One trial after another, as if he was walking up a staircase, Lin Feng fought steadily. He spent a full 100 days on each trial, and his strength increased to the limit. He was fully prepared for the next trial. There was no shortcut to success. Star C Level 9. Star Control, Force 8th Gear. Spear Technique Realm, Advanced Man and Spear Unity, Proficient Level. Light Shadow Spear Art, Flame Dragon Shield. The current Lin Feng was like a completely different person compared to before he entered the Purple Star Realm. His strength had increased greatly. Although the Star Realm was full of danger, there was always an opportunity. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng completely turned things around. If the current him faced Wan Suigu again, he would probably be able to kill him without any effort. This was the improvement of strength. It's almost the 100-day time limit. Passing the 4th trial isn't difficult at all. My strength has increased greatly now. Even if I were to face Ji Xiu, I would probably have the upper hand. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, and he was very certain. His current strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Perhaps Ji Xiu was better than him in swordsmanship, but he was stronger than him in all other aspects. His overall strength was a complete victory, but my opponent is not him. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. If I'm not wrong, the enemy must be one of the Wild Goose tribe in the Chiua Palace. Only they have so many martial artists. Only they have the motive to attack my Fierce Goose sect. Lin Feng nodded. His thoughts were very clear. During this period of time, he had thought a lot and finally came to a conclusion. Wangu, the Wild Goose tribe, and Ru Ming of the Chiua Palace. My opponents are them. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, carrying a trace of battle intent. When I come out of this Purple Star Realm, The me at that time will definitely be stronger than them. All the grudges will be settled once and for all. Another 100 days passed. Step. Lin Feng slowly walked out of a huge cone-shaped light circle. With a faint smile on his face, Lin Feng did not have any injuries on his body, but he had passed the fourth trial perfectly. Swoosh! Everything around him suddenly changed. It no longer looked like a crystal palace, and the crystal walls had disappeared. It was pitch black, as if he was shrouded in a black fog. It was like he was in a thick and silent night. However, Lin Feng was unperturbed. Ha! Lin Feng opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. He was still confident. The last trial of the Ancient Warrior Trial. Begin. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.